Are we live? Oh, it did save here. Okay. Thank God. Wait, hold on. We gotta meme. Before we finish this video, we gotta meme. Wait, no.
Before the election.
I don't think so either.
So, like, I don't think Donald Trump is going to prison before the election.
I don't think so either.
So this is really just...
Maybe not before the primary. Maybe not before the primary. I can see that. Dude, do I want to do this? I feel like I want to kill these guys after I become level 6, and we're like not. We're not on the path, okay? Can I even get to level 6 before I fight these guys? I mean, I can if I like kill the entire goblin camp, but I honestly think I've done every single thing I can possibly do up here. Why does it say this? There's these 3 guys, yeah, but I killed Anti-Ethel. I literally have the fucking crone staff in my... in my camp. Oh, you know what I can do? Instead of just going and just killing those guys, we can definitely go towards the whatcha-doozy. Yeah, we can be nice to them, for sure. We'll give them the boots and then they'll let us go. Yeah, I think that's how we go. Okay, memes.
In my opinion, I hope this term isn't the wrong term to use. It's just theater. It is, if Trump loses the election, then this stuff will process forward and it'll be a good reason for the Republican Party to kind of get rid of him because he's a twice loser and who wants to keep that around, right?
Right.
But if he wins the election, this all goes away. So is that really an expression of the rule of law?
Is that even true? Pretty sure they would be, like, the president pardoning himself from crimes is like, I think that's like theoretical. I don't know if it would actually work in practice that way. I'm not sure if anybody knows in practice how that would actually go.
I don't think so.
I mean...
And why'd they take so long to prosecute? Why did they wait?
Because it's a, what? Arguably, it's one of the most important investigations in the totality of U.S. history. Why didn't they just file the charges as soon as they found, like...
Till the 3rd year of the Biden presidency, this stuff happened.
This case has to be, in my opinion, in my uneducated opinion, this case needs to be like an open and shut. Like, you are like 99.9% of the way there. You're at like beyond probable doubt when you submit the fucking indictment at that point. Because holy if you're bringing weak federal charges against a running and prior president of the United States of America, yeah, it's not surprising that they might have taken a while to make sure they had all their ducks in a line for this.
Many years ago, they could have filed charges before. Like,
am I retarded? What do you mean by in practice? If it's theoretically possible, is it not necessarily possible? Theoretically, I believe the president of the United States can pardon federal charges against people that are federally charged. The idea of the president of the United States pardoning himself, though, is an obvious, not good thing. Obviously, there are going to be a lot of people looking at how our government functions, both in the government and citizens of the government, that are going to be looking and going, well, is that really true? Can a president of the United States really do that? Is that actually the case? That if Donald Trump murders somebody in Washington, D.C. or whatever and picks up a federal murder charge, could he just snap his fingers and walk out of jail? Is that really how that works? Is that really what we're going to say? That's a... You can say on paper, yes, but I don't know if the United States of America would necessarily function in that way. I think that a lot of people would look at that as not a good thing.
I don't think Donald Trump is going to prison. I think it's way more likely that Biden pardons Trump than Trump goes to prison before the election.
Right.
That's my personal opinion. I don't think Biden would pardon.
There's no shot. Biden pardoning Trump. And it doesn't even make sense. Because people will compare it to like the pardon of like Nixon and I'm really talking about. I need to go and reread on it. My understanding is the reason why Nixon was pardoned was because the idea was, listen, we're in the next era. We have a new president. We're moving past it, okay? We're not going to have the country descend into chaos as we get at each other's throats for this. We saw what happened. Everything's in the air. Did the impeachment, and now we're past it, right? So whether or not you think that's a good or bad, like, pardon, fine, whatever. That is way different. You retarded conservatives need to get it in your head that you f***ed up hard with Donald Trump, and you do need to be punished for it. You absolutely need to lose your shit for it. Your party is gonna fucking crumble for a while, at least one election cycle, but you deserve it. This was the deal that you made when you voted for an absolute fucking lunatic that the entire world could see was a fucking lunatic into office. And you did it, and you played that game, and you got 4 years, you got your 3 Supreme Court judges, and now you lose your ass on it. Like, you can't pardon somebody for that type of egregious offense. It's fucking insane. We're not even talking about pardoning him for not the one, but the, well, no, would it, are we pardoning him for a second impeachment? What a wild statement to even make if it was over the January 6th stuff. But like, that's notwithstanding the other federal charges that he's facing. I don't know if there are any more federal indictments that were waiting to come down, but like, no, sorry, but Donald Trump doesn't just get a clean pardon to like walk away from this. Also, I could be wrong, but was that Nixon's first term or was that Nixon's second term? I think we would be looking at Nixon a lot differently if he tried to run again after getting pardoned. I think that people would look at Nixon and be like, oh, that was a second. Okay, so we didn't have to worry about that. I think that the feelings would be a lot different if Nixon was pardoned and then ran again for president. I think that the mood of the country would be significantly different. Maybe I'll eat my words. I mean, you can come back at it. But I super don't believe that, I super do not believe that Donald Trump is getting pardoned for these charges. Absolutely unbelievable. He did run again. They showed in Futurama. Oh, well, f me.
I think it's way more likely that Biden pardons Trump than Trump goes to prison before the election.
Right.
That's my personal opinion. I don't think Biden would...
Trump probably won't go to prison for the... That's not even a brave... Well, at least he's learned how to couch his predictions more. Trump's probably not going to prison soon because these cases are going to take quite a while. I don't think these cases are going to be done in a year, right? Maybe? Probably not. Almost certainly not. No, these are really, really, really big.
Pardon him before the election because he wants to be able to use that cudgel of, look, he's a criminal, he's being charged, and look how much drama there's going to be, and you don't want that in your life. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, that's part of Biden's appeal is like, I'm not Trump. Yeah, I'm disappointing. Yeah, I'm never going, I'm in the...
This guy's such a loser, dude. He doesn't deserve to look like Jesus with that hair. Can he pardon himself if he becomes the president? Nobody knows. Orange is the New Black. Can't wait to have my first president working in a prison. Sam Seder versus actual Justice Warrior on crime. Holy Jesus. Wait, we didn't even finish this.
But we can talk about something else.
But not really. No, actually no.
That's what you meant when you said we're all engaged in white supremacy, because the idea is that since our society was set up,
that's actually not critical race theories either. Critical race theories is that there are institutions and functions of society that are set up that are a function of racism in the sense that there's diminished. So, for example, it is statistically far more likely that your neighborhood, if you are black, will be 10 to 20 degrees hotter in the summer, in the peak of the summer.
What?
Now, do you know why that is? If you are black,
if
I would
he
have,
was
it
black.
would be significantly more likely that your neighborhood is actually hotter.
The question,
if you're
the
white.
question though, is
And
that
the
being
reason, and the reason is because there are less trees that are planted in urban areas. There are less trees planted in neighborhoods where there are black people.
What?
That's just a fact. And the reason why that is because there's less political power and less money in those neighborhoods. This is just a fact. And this is a measurable fact.
I think we should
and
stick to the
critical
point
group-
that we want.
Okay,
That
well,
we should stick to the point of the bill because I don't
we could have a
dispute any.
protracted.
I don't dispute anything
Wait,
that you're
wait,
saying.
We could have a protracted conversation maybe in the future. I'd be interested to have this about what CRT is, because I've actually read way too much about CRT and read too much academic literature on CRT. But instead of debating that, the thing that I want to talk about with this is that you can disagree with Oklahoma or this guy's interpretation of how they define CRT.
I mean, that obviously sucks. It's just like such a ridiculous thing to bring up. Like he's got like. I mean, I've never heard that one. It's an interesting one, for sure. It's just fucking funny that he's just like the neighborhoods are hotter because they don't have the funding to plant trees. I'm sorry. I'm just a piece of shit person. I need to get water. It's hotter in black neighborhoods. This less breeze. Excuse me. You accuse me. You said I would be. You said I would be so excited if he were a different race. I would be so excited that I would be guzzling his buckets of cum. You said I would be guzzling buckets of his cum if he was black. You said I would be guzzling, sucking on people's cum. Sucking on people's cum. Sucking on people's cum.
But that would be different than saying, well, they're claiming you can't teach that the Tulsa Race Massacre was motivated by racists, which when I'm looking at his words, he's not saying that. And when I look at the law, it doesn't appear to say anything like that either.
I mean, in the words that you just said to me, that this actions was not a function of an immutable characteristic. That to me says these people did not attack that neighborhood in Oklahoma because the people were black. And these people did not attack and the attackers did not do so.
There's a confusion. There's a
they were
confusion
white.
going on here, Sam. You're talking about the immutable characteristics of the blacks, but I think he's talking about the immutable characteristics of the whites being racist. So if you're saying that the people who attacked have an immutable characteristic of racism, and that's why they attacked, you are also saying that people today who are white have.
Can
the
she
same
actually
immutable
die in that
characteristic of being
interaction?
racist.
Can, like, if you fail that persuasion, does she just kill Lizelle? That would be, like, actually insane if I failed that. Do I even have inspiration? I have 2 inspiration. If he were black...
That's the problem.
I think that attack would not have happened if those attackers were not
if
white.
he was black...
Do you think white people have an immutable characteristic of racism?
Within the context of our society? Yeah, I think that there is. Well, I don't know.
Oh, God, he has this take.
Careful.
I think no. The question isn't whether the racism is mutable. The question is whether the whiteness is immutable.
Well, what is
in the
whiteness?
sense that? Well, in the sense that, I mean, I'm using the way that this guy is talking about it. Because I don't believe that this guy thinks that race is a social construct. I mean, I'm talking about the way that he is using it.
Okay, why the fuck is it still saying this? But if you need help digging, I'll find a shovel. The fuck? I don't know. I think this is just like another bug. Auntie Ethel's dead, bitch. I have her hair in my chest. Like, I don't understand. There is nothing to see here. I don't even. I don't care.
In this context, he is talking about race. When he says a mutable characteristic is race, and I would say that yes, I think that it is inherent in our society. And like I say, I think both black and white people share in some function of white supremacy. But I think the whiteness of those people was the primary motivating factor in their attacking.
What do you mean
of
by
black
whiteness?
By
How are you
their-
defining whiteness?
In the context of people in
Yeah,
1921?
their behavior is being motivated by whiteness.
Well, no, not in the. I think the key thing is, to be clear, you don't believe. I'm assuming you don't believe that. Not like whiteness. Like, what does whiteness mean? But you don't.
You know something else I kind of want to do? What's my charisma on this chick? It's 10, right? Yeah. Like, we just don't have anybody that has charisma, unfortunately. Should I bring Will for that fight? Over... No, we need Shadowheart. I guess over Karlach. Because Lizelle should be bulkier. What kind of armor do these guys have? I don't want to fight these guys until I'm level 6. Even with sneak actions, like, this guy is a beast. This guy gets like fucking 18 actions. You also can't use magic here, I think. I forget if it's him or if it's this other guy, but like one of them has like a thing that does counter spells. I think it's him. Or it does counter spells for like reactions and shit. I kind of want to go to the mountains. Do you actually get XP for this? I think it's just not even worth engaging in this. I'm not doing it. Yeah, let's go through the mountain pass.
don't believe that just because someone is white, that means that they're inherently racist, right?
No, I don't think. Well, I mean, look, I happen to think no, not inherently. I mean, I'm not sure what you mean by necessarily inherently.
It's an immutable characteristic that you're born with, in the same way that you're born with skin color.
Well, you're saying no, that racism is an immutable characteristic,
Right.
and I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I know. That's what I'm trying to clear up.
I'm not saying that racism is immutable.
Right.
I
that's
mean-
what the guy.
That's what the
who's
guy is
responding to
saying
this
on the
that's what he's
quote.
talking about.
Yeah.
He's saying
Okay,
that you
say-
can't teach that
read-
racism is
read-
immutable.
read- No, read the quote back to me again, please.
I would never tell a kid that because of your race, because
No,
of
I know
the
that
color
part,
of your
but go.
skin.
Oh
wait,
my
the University
God.
of Oklahoma.
Sorry, hold on.
We're fine. I'm confident in this decision. Hello.
Hello,
Hello.
Steven?
Hello?
Hey,
Who is this?
I'm a new viewer.
Oh, what? Okay, give me like 20 seconds. Hold on. People are sending me voice notes now. Chill. 1 second.
Kind of rude.
Jesus. Okay. What do you?
All right.
What do you want?
I think Corantos has an immutable characteristic of being a dog shit co-host.
Okay, well, you say that, but in 20 minutes we're about to start one of the most.
Yeah, but listen,
Believe-
moving forward,
Yeah.
I've got a great idea, right? You pay this ignorant clown all this money, right, to run the show and host all the show. What if you cut his pay in half and just made him the back end guy, and then I'll co-host and you don't have to pay me anything?
Yeah, and you want to get all the viewers and everything and all that.
No. That's what I just said. He's the back end because he's all right at that, but he's
Oh.
a idiot when it comes to co-hosting. He's terrible at it, and I'm kind of a master of it. So I just, the sake of my friendship with you and the fact that I want your show to be better, kick him the off the front end, lock him in his little Somalian cage on the back end. He does all the micromanaging behind the scenes, make sure people show up on time, make sure, get all the people, do all the people shit, and then we'll actually do the show so it's not so weak.
Yep, this whole.
And that saves you $5,000 a week too.
I don't pay him $5,000 a week. You fucking
Oh, I thought you paid him $10K a show. Whatever, just cut it. You cut his wages. I don't need your money. And then you're saving.
What do you?
I know you like money.
Wait. So why the would you do the show?
Because I love it. To be honest, I like doing the type of podcast shows. But I don't want to do the back end work. I've done that part before. I hate that part. The only part I enjoy is the front end. The show itself.
Okay, if I tell you to do this, can you remember this? Are you ready?
Okay, what?
Can you shoot me a DM tomorrow morning about this, so that it's in my DMs, and then I'll process this?
Okay. Well, yeah, sure.
Okay. All right. I love you.
All right. I love you.
Bye.
Yeah, you can't actually cross this bridge. You can't actually go here. It's bizarre.
Watching to the max.
Not even with Misty stat.
Stop.
Failed former President Donald Trump.
What the fuck is it? What is the end of that video? Is there a way to do picture-in-picture for Twitch streams? No. Damn, that's so cringe. I want to watch this Lua Liddy chick do, Fuck, what did I want to watch her do? I watched her do something the other day. Ba, 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 ba. Was it this? Let me see if I can just pull it up. Wait, what? No, stop. Yes, this one. Just for legitimacy of the run, I'm in the pause menu. I'm clearly in the pause menu. Okay.
That guy and finish this guy next turn.
Okay, she's in the crutch. I want to know what like level and shit she is.
You guys, ooh, this could be good.
Be a good bargain.
The foe, a foul, contemptuous hero, or to friend, a rescue from a lonely wake. Come out of love for me, not love for blood and steel. How would I know?
Oh god, what is happening? Oh, why did I do that?
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Where is
You
she?
know, it's not good, but what we can do using a character gnome, half elf. He's trying to Pinky. So okay, so I always like to joke around that paladins are really, really strong. The biggest downside, it's because they have a giant stick up their asses. And this dialogue line is literally they stick up my ass speaking for itself. So like they well, do,
What did she say?
fuck no. What? Let's go. Keep for the fun. Okay. Persuading those spiders if we're. I love those spiders. Love those spiders. No.
Let's
Wait!
kick some stiff legs.
No, I feel like.
Up the plate.
I hope you're checking them for loot.
You gotta be kidding. These trash don't have nothing on them but
And you else?
What the fuck? This looks like my drow character. My whatever her name is, Fubuki.
Doesn't come here. Can use it to get them out. This guy acts. That guy acts. Yeah, and then the NPCs go first. So it's likely that the NPCs will do that. You guys want to try? It would be funny. Nice. Now, no. I put them there. I'm thinking. Because, well, is everything of course.
When does she go into the second, or into the mountains?
Not one false move.
Really? Should play this game. Thank God! Have that. Wait. Abort! 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 Really? Dude.
Onward.
Enjoy your bunny emotes.
Oh, that's what I wanted to fucking watch. I wanted to watch her kill the, oh god, I don't even know what her name is. But the girl that wants the Githyanki egg.
Myself with lots of love.
The woman,
Thank you.
whatever.
You're not breaking that.
I watched her kill her.
There was one vendor in the gift area that she allows you.
Did she do it at the beginning of the stream?
Look, Weezy, TB kind. Bye.
What did she just do?
When a person. Okay. Oh.
Is this it? Okay, we'll return here 1 minute or 1 hour, 1 minute. Does she kill
Chris,
these
of
guys?
course. Girls don't poop. Okay. Anything.
I'm not sure how much longer
Let's
this
see.
is.
I give it to
For. The fluffy boy. Think. I need to drink water. My brain is like. Nice.
I'm still burning hot.
Take care, Karlak. And hopefully then...
But it did juice me up.
Or there will be a fight and he has a. Oh gosh. I thought he meant looking. Beth. Armors in the game. That we could still have bear sex.
Oh, he was already dead.
I am not playing solo, I'm playing duo. No, there is no mods, you just leave your companions in camp. Have shown that they are capable of logical thinking and other animals as well. But cats cannot laugh at fart jokes and humans do. Not for the extreme strategies that to the gift. Hey Lisa, how are you doing, girl? Hope you're doing well. Trappist, you make me sound like a crazy person.
I could just do this.
That might be worth a look.
Colonel, thank you.
It's a little better.
Thank you so much. Thank you. May the bunnies be with you. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Hi, Arizona. I need to make a decision right now. There is no way to save both the Tieflings and Mintara. It's impossible. It's also Axarian's birthday today. Tell me. Pool? Let's make a pool, you guys. I cannot decide. We'll make a new pool. They basically made a pool. Tommy, thank you so much for gifting Coyote a subscription.
Oh, why am I playing a Shadowheart?
Because the fights to save the Tieflings will also be pretty hard, right?
She got stuck or some shit.
Okay, I'll give you guys 1 minute to vote. I feel like going to the gift crush it would allow us to be stronger now. but weaker later.
Indolence beats madness.
Royal, thank you. No companion perma died, but Asterion almost died yesterday, Eliza. It will also close the grove, yes. I wonder if we'll be missing out on the entire grove quest experience. Honey, thank you, Tommy, for gifting us up to Honey Bun. Hey, Looney, hey. You guys think going to the gift crush is better? No, you guys, here I'm thinking from a technical... Alfira will die again. I'll never play this game and Alfira will survive. I don't think I will, a single time. Hold on, let's just make sure. So the only thing we're missing out, if we go now to the crash, is one of the best armors in the game. And... no, we can come back for the hag, right? I'm pretty sure we can kill the hag still. We can come back.
Wait, what's one of the best armors in the game? What's she talking about?
Perlito, thank you so much. Thank you for your Prime subscription.
She's not talking about
Did we
Grimforge,
go?
right?
Sure.
You can go back to Grimforge.
Stva. I feel like we just Stva and go. Crashe is kindergarten in a bunch of languages, actually. And it's exactly what it means in this game. We are literally going to go to the baby gift. Oh man, I'm not sure. Are you sure? You guys are really sure? Okay, so... if we get in combat, will Karlach even survive if we don't do the second part of her quest? Okay, fine. Fine. I'm just scared that we go and then we think of like a reason why to not go that's really good and then we can't reload. Like this is a one-way street. We cannot undo this. This is important. We cannot reload the game.
Wait, where's all my money? Oh, is this like a save?
Okay, I go.
Is this a save that happened? Let's scroll on this time. Is this a... wait, what timeline is this? Wait, what the fuck? I mean, I guess run failed or whatever, but like my driver updated and I didn't think that updating my driver was going to crash my game immediately, so... If I go over here, is this going to trigger the dragon scene? No shot, right? Because the dragon flew over here. I just watched it fly. Let me see the grove. Grove's not closed.
I'll get the Asterion back
What's
though.
on your mind?
Go to camp. Do we get the Asterion back? Or do we keep her?
What's the story?
Because we'll need to steal some from somebody else. Let's get the Asterion back.
Eager for battle. Copper for your
Thank
thoughts.
you. Made of napalm. Thank you.
Really?
Really?
Really? Really?
Really?
If you quickly then.
Okay. Asterion?
Just have words.
Need something?
Okay. Whew. Let's go. Really? 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 Yes? Yes. Really, really, really. Okay, fine. We go.
Hellsfire. She's coming.
Oh boy. We are forced to camp though. Oh no, you're doomed. I mean, this part is gonna be
You've
hard.
been naughty, and you know what happens when you're naughty. God damn it. Anyone but her.
Well, well.
Ooh, scroll of fireball would be really sick. Let me sell some shit to this guy. Okay, I think it's this. Yeah, I'm correct. Well, let me double check these items. Actually, isn't this thing kind of good for Astarion? Maybe? Possibly? Oh, we saved the water, right? Yeah. Like, does he even have good spells? Dimension Door is good. Oh. Yeah, okay. No more trading with that guy. Yeah, we'll save these for our boy. Is Zevlor still here? That's what we really want to know. We wonder if the tieflings are still here. Yeah, I think we actually have the same timeline. Now that I'm like looking at everything. I think this is like the correct timeline though. And the reason I say that is because you just get more people. Let's go to Blade Village. This is east. I think they all died to the goblins here. Yep. Oh, wait. Oh, did they make it out alive? Wait a second. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, Halston was defeated. Okay, hold up. Because, okay, so in my playthrough with my friend, with my dear friend Mayonnaise, grandmother Mayonnaise, we somehow have a timeline where we did not have to defeat the entire fucking goblin tribe. And we also never did the war between the people, and we also killed Kaga, but we didn't kill. We have Halsin and Minthara. We're in like the Act 3, and we have Halsin and Minthara in our camp. Both of them survived. We don't have. We have Will as well. We don't have Karlach, but we also never did the Karlach quest. That's the only reason we don't have Karlach. I specifically remember killing Kaga, like going there and like just killing her. Like we talked to Zevlar and then we killed Kaga, and like that was the end of it. We didn't. There was no. I think it was the timeline where you kill Kaga and she basically just like tells her people to leave and go kill everybody, and that's what happened. It wasn't like the one. It wasn't the like condensed version that I did on this playthrough, where you basically talk to her and like, what's it called? The rats come up, and that sort of thing, and then you fight her and like the shadow rat people or whatever the fuck. So the tieflings are not here. Okay, the goblins are here. It might be when you go to the Shadowlands that a lot of this stuff changes. The tieflings not being there is a really big deal. If Halston is just like dead, I'm like really curious as to what that like what even happens there. Because there's literally just like no druids or, well, I imagine that you find, yeah, you probably still talk to the druids like when you get to the Harpers in Act 2 with the Shadowlands. But like what happened in here? Oh, Halston's just dead when you progress. Interesting. Well, thanks for the stuff, buddy. Quite unfortunate. Mr. Gigachad Halston has been pronounced dead. Yeah, we'll just put all this shit away, I guess. Halson's Grove Garments. I mean, this is a pretty cool outfit. Can't lie. I am gonna steal it. Tasteful boots, holy. Holy. Yo, Halson's got style. Yeah, I guess that's all that happens, because I didn't actually, like, finish the quest or whatever. But, like, this Halston thing is, like... So, this is what I don't understand about the Halston thing. We came here, we took Halston's side, with me and my playthrough with my friend, okay? We came here, we took Halston's side, we killed all these people. We talked to Halston, okay? I don't know what the fuck we said. I don't remember. I don't know what we said to Halston. All I know is that Kaga was dead, and we never did the thing where you're like, yeah, Halston, transform into a bear, and let's just run out of here and kill all of the goblins. We didn't do that at all. At all. And in all of my playthroughs that I've done since that playthrough, I've done like 5, I have not been able to recreate that timeline. I don't know what the fuck we did, but like, there was just this thing, we just come in here, and we talk to him, and he was just like, yeah, I'll go to your guys' camp for sure. And he just doesn't give a fuck about, like, coming out here and killing all the leaders. So I don't know if there's, like, some weird thing where, like, I just don't know. I don't know what we even did. Oh, wait, yeah, we want you in your thingy. I mean, this is a pretty cool looking thing as well.
Is this flirting with her? Just who in the 9 hells are you?
Oh god, yeah, she's doing this whole thing. This is gonna
Good.
take fucking forever.
Be useful.
Indeed, it could.
Hold on.
Okay, so she just, like, immediately makes a decision to go kill this bitch.
I think we should just knock her down. Ooh. Is she unalive? We could get her to feign death. This is a 7 row, though. We're encumbered. We'll definitely use this.
Efficient path.
Hold on, I need to be very careful because there is that undead fight. If we get in that fight, we are dead. Ooh. No, Eliza, no. In fact, we did some pretty hard fights because it would defeat the purpose to avoid hard fights, right? Yes, usually every fight we get into,
The crash is nested in a temple below.
I'm sweating. I'm sweating really hard. The undead fight is here, right? Yeah, we still need experience. In fact, there is a very hard fight coming up. There is a fight right before we get to the crash.
I will definitely say my playthrough is way fucking easier than hers. Like, just having 2 more companions is, wild. Wild.
Let's try stealing from her.
Very quiet.
I don't think we should bother stealing from her. I think we should just knock her down. Ooh. Is she unalive? We could get her to feign death. This is a 7 row, though. How hard this woman can be? She's what level is she? She's level 5. Okay, so she can attack twice per turn, which means she can kill us. Hold on.
There's no talking your way out of this. You'll have to defend your action.
Break. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. We gotta run. We gotta run. We gotta run. Okay, hold on.
Time to strike.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I might be able to stout us. If I stout both of us, we can escape.
Why is she trying to escape? It's just a fucking 2v1. I know that she kills him. I already watched this, but like, why is she? I think anybody that you ever pickpocket from in this game, you need to go into pickpocketing knowing that you might fight them. Maybe that's a psychotic take, but like, I think that's just like true because most scenario. Oh, whoops. I think most scenarios. Oh wait, no, we're gonna buy the hand crossbows from the other lady, right? We'll save 2 long lives. Most people that you pickpocket, if you get caught pickpocketing, like it's just GG's, like you're fucked. I'm heavily encumbered. Okay. Oh, we can put the water back.
Shit. 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 I could use the Scroll of Darkness.
I think I might just copy
Oh my
your
god,
strategy.
I knew I
though.
was forgetting something. We forgot the haste and the fireball scroll at the goblin camp. Ah.
The what?
Oh my god, I knew I was forgetting something. We forgot the haste and the fireball scroll at the goblin camp. Ah. Ah. Frick. 1 second. Okay, so I really had to use the bathroom. Hold on.
Shall we cut and run?
She's temporarily hostile. I can either heal on Asterion and we
Oh god, I can't focus, dude. What was I just thinking of? I was just thinking of something, and I fucking forget. Oh my god. Show me your wares, old woman. Where's your mushrooms? Here they are. Oh, yes, that's staff. Or not the staff, but it's a main hand weapon for, it's like Hill Giant Strength or some shit. Let me actually open a tab for it, just so I don't forget. What's it called? Wait a second, Hill Giant. Club of Hill Giant Strength, that's what it's called.
try to fight. Or I could try to Misty Step away.
Misty Stab, let's go. Absolutely broken.
And we escape the fight. Oh my god.
Victory awaits.
I forgot most of my stuff in Karlak.
Can you feel death's cold grip?
Okay. We could drink her blood.
Oh, fuck.
So she gets bloodless. hit me once and she missed the other attack, okay?
I want to look at... I haven't gone down to the... Yeah, I'll check on. No, it's not. It's salts. Yes. Anything that can create salt, I think, is quite valuable. Anything that can create suspensions, I think, is also quite valuable. Because you need suspensions and you need salts. What do you need essence for? To create things like this. And this as well. You need suspension for that. You need ashes for this. I don't know what this is. What is Elixir of Vigilance? Let's just look this up. Okay. Until long rest. I just don't understand. Elixir of Vigilance is ideal to a situation in which the player suspects their character is about to be ambushed in any way. Consuming this elixir prevents enemies getting ambushed as part of the attack. If you think you're about to get ambushed, then just find the enemy and hit them first. I don't understand. What do you mean ambushed? You can't actually get ambushed if you if you know you're gonna get ambushed, you can't be ambushed. That's the whole fucking point of being ambushed. That's why when you sneak attack enemies, or sorry, not sneak attack. That's why when you surprise attack enemies, they are surprised and they are the ones getting ambushed. That's the whole fucking point, is that you don't know you're getting attacked. How the fuck is this a useful thing? Like, in any situation, I feel like this is always dog shit. Okay, Colossus, I believe, is enlarging you. Drink to increase your size. Weapons deal an additional 1d4 damage. You gain advantage on strength checks and saves. Replaces effects from other elixirs. Honestly, it's not even that good, to be honest. If this increased your armor class too, I'd be like, yeah, that's pretty cool. But like, I don't understand why you don't. Why aren't you more bulky? Or like, why doesn't it give you temporary hit points or something like that? I just don't think this is that good. To just be 1d4? Like what? Bro, you're increasing size, you do 1d4? Bro, you know how much I do without with just normal size? Are you fucking serious? It adds up. It's nice. But bro, that's the equivalent of just like dipping your weapon into fucking fire. Like, this is literally a bonus action. Who cares? How long does this even last? Peerless Focus. Magic can't put you to sleep. Drink to gain advantage on concentration saves and against being charmed. Belladonna, any ashes. What ashes do I have? What does a dragon egg mushroom even do? I think this literally just gives you, like... This just gives you a spell slot, right? Advantage on concentration saves is pretty good, yeah. Though, like, this is a pretty nice thing for someone like Shadowheart, who's going to be, like, blessing you and stuff like that. No, 1d4 when it's, like, one person who's concentrating on 3 other people, buffing them for 1d4 is, like, a very different thing. And it's, you're also on, I believe it's also against saving throws against them, like, hitting you, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. I think a strength saving throw is very different than just like an attack saving throw. We're completely just talking about attack. We're not talking about strength. Strength saving throw is like specific to strength actions. Like if someone's trying to push you, I'm pretty sure it's an athletics check, which is part of strength, I'm pretty sure. Unless it's part of dexterity and I just forget. Yeah, gain an additional level 2 spell slot, replace the blah blah blah. Gain an additional level 1 spell slot. These are cool. I mean, are they worth making? Probably not. Like, they're nice to have. It's nice to just be like, oh, I'll drink one of these, and then I'll use, like, mage armor or whatever. Grenades. Poison is pretty based. Simple toxin's honestly kind of shit. I need to like experiment more with these. In a way, like almost everything seems to have some kind of use. Oh god. I'm not gonna be able to remember like every single thing, you know. It like in some ways it's like it's almost like so complex that it's like not, it's so complex for such little payoff to learn all of this, or at least to memorize like every single name. And it's just better to just like collect everything as you get it. Because she doesn't even sell this stuff by the suspension. She only sells it by like whatever the fuck. Or like in ash form or anything like that. Nah, I don't think she has hyenas here. Wait, fuck, I thought she had 2 hand crossbows before. I guess she doesn't know. Alright, enough.
Okay? And now I'm frightened and I can't move. So I have this advantage on things. I think it's really risky sticking to this fight.
Whoops.
Because we can come back and attack her again. If we escape.
Swift and lethal.
Do you guys think it's worth throwing a haste potion on both of us, just in case, to be sure?
Haste potion? Does she mean a speed potion?
Because... No, the problem is that rogues don't really benefit from haste.
Kind of true, kind of not. I mean, two actions is literally always good, but...
We could kill her, you know. I could use a precise attack and try to prone her. The only problem with this... is that I think she will get up in one turn. The only reason why I'm really scared is that she almost one-shot Asterion, and she missed her second attack. He had like 70% of his HP in one hit, right? I do have action surge. I think I should probably just drink a haste potion.
Just spam actions.
I could increase his armor class. He'll go to 18 AC. Will that help him? The other thing that I could do is Asterion does more damage anyways with ranged attacks. I could misstep him out. He attack with his crossbow. But I need to make sure to not kill her. If I kill her, then this is pointless.
Increase your strength to 21. Why 21? Why not 22?
I need to rob her. I could also use mirror image. I'm just really scared. Yeah, I need to rob her.
I will ascend.
Oh, thank you, Vermiculite. Thank you. You know what? Fierce protection. On Asterion? On Basil? Yes, of course she's scared, alright? We can kill her. Or maybe I could just... no, but if I use a haste potion, it's a waste. Okay, let's go. Let's... Precision strike. Precision attack. Let's try to trip her.
Again.
Nice. She's prone.
I've missed this.
Can we sneak attack now? We can.
That won't work.
Victory awaits.
Let's action surge.
Excellent.
Okay.
Go for the throat.
There.
I don't think I will waste my Misty Step. We'll just attack.
Keep going.
This is fine. She will get up though. This is nice. Oh my god! She has 9 in bonuses? I think we reroll. Hold on. I should have run since he was prone. I'm sorry, you guys, but because Asterion was frightened, I didn't think of moving. Do we re-roll again? Panic. Hold on.
Again.
Panic! We should bite her.
I don't know if this really has like bad implications or anything for like the run. Oh wait, hold on. What does Karlak have on her? She has all of this shit. We're gonna move all that to here. You can keep all of this stuff. Baby cakes. Oh, he's gonna level up. Amazing. What is a Star Aid's character sheet looking like? Is he looking like shit? What did I even get for his feet? Why does he have intelligence? Who gives a fuck? I feel like you would want charisma because he's literally like expert in these like persuasion, deception, performance. I don't understand. What is the purpose of this like 13 intelligence, 13 wisdom? I kind of want to go rework him. I think I'm going to. Come here, Withers, my friend. Okay, rogue abilities. I can't for the life of me understand why the hell you would do this. What? Why was that not going? Stealth and sleight of hand, yeah. Oh, sets the wielder's strength to 19. Oh, that costs 2. Interesting. I just don't see the use case for these. What's the purpose of being intelligent on a rogue? Maybe I'll learn shit later that I'll change my mind. We want thief, Extra bonus action is really strong. We want ability improvement. Oh wait, do we? Oh fuck. Because not all ability points are equal, you know? Yeah, I might just do this one again. What's my current weapon proficiencies? No, you can't actually. Yeah, he's just been rocking the short bow for like so long. Hmm. No, wait, no, I didn't mean to do that. Fuck. We'll go with dual wielder. Sure. Wait, did I just like sell all of my light crossbows? I probably did. Are light crossbows just two-handed? Of course they're two-handed. Why wouldn't they be? Yes, you can't actually do that. Hand crossbows are not. I don't know. Maybe that was a retarded thing to do, but... That's probably stupid, but It's fine. He's gonna get the job done, okay.
Okay. We bite.
Wait a second, do I have a scroll of darkness? What are my scrolls looking like? Bro, why? Do you think I can buy one from, like, the mage bitch that I was just at? Possibly. Yeah, we're gonna close that. We got this video to finish. Why is she jumping? Chill, brother. She just, like, doesn't have spells? I don't understand. It's, like, so bizarre to me. Well, she does with her level 1 spells. One of them's a level 1 spell, the other one's a cantrip. Dude, I don't understand why this game is, like, so fucking retarded. This is Dark Vision, unfortunately. He's selling it for 150? Bro, you probably gave me, like, fucking 2 coins for that thing. God damn it, dude, I'm retarded. Is he proficient with short swords? What is he proficient with? Spell weapons. No, he's not. Quarterstaves. Oh, he is. Wait, short swords, rapiers, long swords. I don't know. We'll keep an eye out for certain things, right? That's really all we can do. But yeah, we don't have dark vision. I think we're just gonna go in, you know, blind or whatever. We'll see what happens.
sure you'll be well. Oh.
Someone's been rifling through the wrong pockets.
Oh, wait, what?
Since now would be a good time to clarify if that someone is you. Gold saves you from many confrontations, but not this one.
Alright. Holy shit. Holy. Oof.
Breathing, despite everything.
Ooh, she was saved in the stunning strike. Okay.
Time to strike.
Oh my god, dude, don't miss. Come on, she's like fucking bloodless and prone and shit. Yeah, none of this stuff is even like very exciting.
Something's on my mind.
Yes. Darling,
One day I'll catch a break.
Copper for your thoughts. Let's go.
Is there any way to get like a boost to charisma, like a temporary boost?
The crush must be.
Oh, okay.
Mark my words. This power, you might just consume all the gate tadpoles you wish. I'm not so craven. Gladly.
Don't waste a step.
Action, not reaction. Pointless. Good. With great effort, great reward. Or so I hope.
Because, yeah, like my charisma's not very good. Ow, it's deception, unfortunately. I only have 2 things of inspiration. How does she get inspiration? That's true to their background. Gotcha. We gotta do criminal activities.
Next time's the charm.
Good to go, fellas. Alright, while this takes 5 years to go down, I'm gonna take a piss. do have some obligations I need to do later today, but I'll be fine as long as it gets done.
These play styles from these characters, because the skill ceiling of tanks were too strong, does not do more good for the game than bad. It does not. It does not. It does more bad than good, without a doubt, because now every player in every rank can't play these heroes that way.
Watch 2 in different points of its life, but for sure in the meta where it's all about big cooldowns and
no matter how strong the character is,
sustainability, there's just not much point to manipulate their positioning and try to set up a pincer, because the healing and stats of everything is so high that it's not really going to do a whole lot. Tanks that sort of just hold their ground or have effects for the team are just going to be way better than Ball for a while, I think, until the game powers down.
They always
or
will be.
It gets more complicated. So
they always will be.
2 very clear, distinct.
Because that's how you have to play tank with one tank. It doesn't matter. The disruptor tank can never be like, unless you break Ball as a character, it can never be a real role in this game because the rest of your team just gets rolled.
Left high and dry type characters, that 5v5 left in the dust. Couple more key points for the 6v6 camp. We didn't have it long enough in role queue. The problem was in the development cycle at the time, they were really focusing on Overwatch 2 and the story missions and all that. So while we did get role queue eventually in Overwatch, they only added a couple more characters after that. We got role queue around Sigma, and then the game wasn't even really picking up its balanced cadence until after Echo, and well after for that matter. So by the end, they started balancing it better, but we went from like either double shield to that getting toned back, and I think the community is sort of forgetting Wrecking Ball and Hog being meta for a while, which wasn't so great either on the alternate end of the spectrum, but that's their main argument, that it wasn't tested long enough to properly get any balance concerns looked at.
They never fundamentally changed the heroes they had to change, i.e. the AoE healers. That was what was so broken. Brigitte, Baptiste, they never sat down and fixed these characters in Overwatch 1 and actually fundamentally changed how the heroes work.
Something was so bad in role queue that with the right moves, they would argue, that it would perform a lot better. So we can't necessarily just look to problematic heroes in 222 role queue because the new balance philosophy of speeding up the cadence hadn't really kicked in yet. Another argument for 6v6 to 5v5 is that in 5v5, steam rolls are much more severe and common, especially now in Season 6. The rock, paper, scissors is getting out of control. Whereas in 6v6, because you had 2 tanks, you could build a much more well-protected team comp and at least feel like you're countering out a big percentage of the enemy's offense. Whereas in Overwatch 2, there's always a weakness to your comp. Your comp can always be somewhat countered. It might be a non-meta viable hero that counters you, but there's always openings for those heroes to make plays on you. Whereas in Overwatch 1, it was much more about making stable team comps and playing a more, let's say, teamwork-based game, as opposed to a counter-pick, skillful, deathmatchy style game that would...
It wasn't even that. Right? The big difference here, and this is where players really, really lost, is that in 5v5 with one tank, if the enemy tank counterpicks you, you are countered harder in 5v5 than you were in 6v6, because at least then there was another tank that you didn't even necessarily have to synergize with that could help mitigate you being counterpicked. For example, if you were a Hog player in 6v6, right? And the enemy team picked D.Va, right? Where D.Va could matrix all your hooks, for example. She could dive you. She could peel her backline. She could do whatever, right? Or I guess maybe a better example would be Orisa, though she did get a rework, right? Or let's say Sigma, right? Your team could either, one, pick a Sigma. They could pick a Zarya. They could pick anything. It doesn't necessarily matter what it is, right? That other tank could help you a little bit more than in this game where you can't switch at all, get around the fact that you've been counterpicked. And it allowed you as a player to still have the freedom of play to play your character, even if they picked a more optimal pick into you. In 5v5, the idea of hard countering someone, which rips the freedom of the game away, and it's not about how you play, but what you pick, and it exacerbates that issue, right? It makes it so that you are countered, and unless you swap, you are just gonna get farmed. And it's not going to be fun. For example, if you're a Junker Queen player and you're trying to play Queen on a poke map, right? You're trying to play Queen on Havana, and they're on full poke, your whole team is going to get floored, and you're going to get floored as well. However, if it was 6v6, one of your other tanks could pick a Sigma. They could pick a Reinhardt even. They could pick a lot of different things, and that would help offset the fact that you're on an inoptimal pick in the wrong situation, right? You're just on an inoptimal pick. So now, all of that responsibility is on you, and if you read the comments from people who want to play tank, they hate that feeling. So when you go to 5v5 to make one less tank requirement for each game to get a match started, how many tank players have you lost because they're forced to play that way? I don't play tank anymore. Dozens of people have been commenting, hundreds of people have been commenting that they don't play tank anymore for that reason. So now you've driven away people from the tank role because all the pressure's on them. They don't like it. The game doesn't feel like it's in their hands because they're constantly getting counterpicked. And now there's all these MOs and stuff that have been put into the game. The game is out of your control. It's easier to get hard countered, especially as a tank in 5v5. And that freedom of choice has been ripped away from you as a player. And no matter how...
Yeah, but I would say it's maybe... I would say that the ratio is very different. I would say the ratio is a lot closer to like... Oh, I didn't even see this guy back here. I would say the ratio is a lot closer to being oh god, what the fuck am I saying? Tank players being, not... So, some may have been driven away, but we also got a lot more new players in the game in general. And then there's also the fact that, like, there are a lot of people who just never played the tank role anyway. And by reducing the amount of tank players that are needed per game, I think that it's probably... Because you have to make the argument that the amount of tank players that you lost who don't like playing the current way, are... I mean, I'm one of them, actually. I'm actually one of them. I changed to support in Overwatch 2 because I just don't like the tank players right now. And so I don't even necessarily disagree with what Sam is saying. I just think the game plays better in like its current way. But I think that you need to make the argument that literally half of the tank players lost, or even more were lost in the change to 5v5 for this to be like a real argument. And unfortunately, we're never going to get data for any of this shit. So this is going to be a really hard thing to even talk about at all. Because, like, the thing is, the reason, a really big reason why it's just like this is always going to be something that's on Frito's side is because of the fact that like we can just kind of look at queue times with our eyeballs. Well, I shouldn't say with our eyeballs. I should say like we can just kind of look at queue times on the like when you just open the game and you just look at the Whatchadoozy and you see that there's like a 1 to 2 minute queue for all 3 roles. Like I would say that the game is in a way healthier place than like DPS is like 7 minutes and tank is 1 minute and support is 3 minutes. Even if like sometimes, you know, it's like a little bit out of whack with like it favoring support or it favoring DPS or whatever, like I think that in general, all 3 roles being in that like type of proximity or whatever is just overall better for the game. For pickpocket the twisting vines? Wait, what? Oh, no. Oh, okay. Sure. Yes, I want to walk into the twisting. Yes, I do. I'm still stealth, though. Why are we all on stealth? Oh, okay. Who's not in the fight? No! Saved from the stun. Damn. They're a little bit too far. Expectora. I should have all these things on. Oh, why don't I have action surge? Then this is also look great. Gotcha. Nice. Nice kill.
Bye forever, pal. I won't give in. I will ascend.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to my movement speed, but whatever, I guess.
It comes easy these days.
Damn.
You're not allowed to die.
Whew. Nice.
Another fight. Let's go.
Concentration broken.
Now this is my happy place.
Very good. Oh! My bad.
Where do I go from here?
Victory awaits.
Time to push my luck again.
I should have just used that for extra damage. I might have KO'd in this turn if I did that, but it's not that big of a deal. It's more of a min-max than anything. Like a time min-max. Yeah, because I knew he was gonna get one more turn. You're fine, bro.
Feeling fresh.
Very well.
I thought it said American Giant Eagle. I don't know.
I'm done. I can't wait to sleep.
Alright, chill.
What's inside?
I smoking crack? Wait, what the fuck just happened? Oh, okay. Now I think I see. Yeah, yeah. It's this. Wait, is this not climbable? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, none of these are climbable. Okay, I just like thought that they were for some reason. Sure, I mean we're just gonna tank this, I guess. That's fine, we got plenty of potions. Oh, I could just take like a scroll of Featherfall or something. Or a potion or whatever, I don't know.
No one stopped me yet. Light on my feet. Here goes nothing. Bet that'll fit in my pack.
Which one does this go for? This actually seems like a really good helm for, I mean, pretty much anybody.
Need to keep going. All right. What now?
Oh, you got in the Firewine storage room. Okay. Yeah.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
Not as bad as it could have.
No traps, please.
Within the artifact, a feeling stirs. Uncertainty. Your curiosity is getting the better of you. Do not let it. Stay away from the Githyanki. They're hunting you. They want the artifact. They'll stop at nothing to take it from you.
What do you mean, Chuntrul?
This fight's really easy, so. Back to the video.
You balance the game. How good your tank is, how bad your tank is, that concept will always exist and be more prevalent, regardless of balance in the game. You cannot balance that effect out of the game. While in 66, you had way more of a chance to actually balance the characters to make sure that didn't happen, especially to your average player who used to not pick the meta tank, right? The big point in this video, which I'm going to save this point for later, is low-ranked players never played the meta. They played what was fun. They played their favorite characters. But now, because there's only one tank, those favorite characters that people like to play, because people don't like to switch too often, are hard countered way easier, and that was something that they did not have to deal with as much in Overwatch 1 compared to Overwatch 2.
Strategy, I think it's safe to say, was less turbulent. In Overwatch 2, there's strategy there too, but it can get you really hard and fast. And you sort of just have to counterpick in order to stabilize things.
Counterpicking's not strategy. That's just rock, paper, scissors, no depth. I wouldn't even, that's barely even strategy. What was so beautiful about Overwatch 1, you had to make a plan and then actually execute it, right? But the individual tanks have had to become so strong, you don't have to, your execution matters way less. It's way more about what you pick. And that's not a fun video game. You don't have to be a god tier player to understand that or execute that. You could be an average player to understand that.
Get rolled forever. In Overwatch 1, the defenses were so much higher that swapping your tank composition specifically, but also the tanks and supports together, you could at least slow the game down.
It's not about
almost
defenses
for sure.
either. It's
In
just about picking.
5v5 is far more chaotic, because it always feels like even after
That's
you
not a
counterpick
defensive
one thing,
thing.
if another enemy decides to counterpick you, well, now you're on the back foot, and it kind of goes back and forth with the rock, paper, scissors in the asymmetric 5v5 team comp formation. Okay, I'm sure they have more arguments than that, but those are, I think, the strongest points. A lot of them are just straight up logically true. My issue is where there's some higher truths that are above all of these things that make me conclude for sure 5v5 is undoubtedly the right way to go, and I think we should just silence these 6v6 talks and instead try to take some aspects of what we've learned along the way to adapt 5v5.
You can't.
A few ones stand out right away.
No matter how you balance 5v5, you can never get rid of that concept. You cannot change the fact that that concept is exacerbated in 5v5. You cannot get rid of the fact, unless you go to open queue 5v5, but that's not going to happen either, right? Oh, that was not a suggestion, by the way. That was not a suggestion. Don't run with that one, Blizzard. You cannot fix that problem. No matter how you balance the game, no matter what you do, you cannot balance that out of the game. There will always be a tank that is better than another tank in the role. There will always be things that counter, especially the original heroes, in this way. And you cannot get rid of that. That idea of counter swapping cannot be dissolved. And it is a much bigger problem in this game than it was in the previous one. No matter how you cannot adapt it to 5v5. It doesn't work. You're trying to fit a square piece of a puzzle into a circle. There's not enough room.
All in Hog should get reworked. We'll see that over time. Let's see what Hog, after he gets more teamwork abilities, plays like. Because I think, for example, if he was a little bit more complicated like Junker Queen, maybe we'd have an entirely different conversation about the more solo QS flanking Hog playstyle. He could be re-engineered to be more useful to the team like Queen can be, despite being, you know, kind of similar.
Yeah, but now you have no chance of picking Queen on the poke maps, unless you make Queen Giga busted, in which case all the other tanks that people love are going to fall off and just be replaced. You can't fix that idea. It's a flow of ideas that you cannot change in 5v5.
In terms of CC, shotgun-based hero, skill shot, low on protection for the team, but you can still play Overwatch 2 with that character because of the shout. I think Wrecking Ball's not far off.
You can't play Queen on the poke maps just because she has shout. Yeah, she'll get floored, right?
Decide, are we going to have a deployment-based meta be like a strong component in Overwatch all of a sudden? It felt like in Overwatch 2 we had dodge double shield forever, but then they just kept adding deployment stuff, and now there is a bunkery style of play that re-emerged in the game. Prior to that, it was much more rush or flank. And poke existed as well, but it wasn't stable. Poke was defined more so by its ranged firepower as opposed to the deployables that you could maintain the team with. And this is also a bit of an argument from the 6v6 camp, is that a lot of the power was transitioned away from one of the tanks and into the support roster, which I think is undoubtedly true. I had said as much, especially when we look at characters like Lifeweaver, or the way we have to play around Batiste Lamp or Suzu nowadays. Those are some of the best defense on the team, and
Support
as opposed
tanks.
to your tank being the one who's going to protect you from some big ultimate coming in, you need your support to do that play now, because tank in 5v5 is a lot more about anchoring your position, and the styles of the gameplay.
It's one-dimensional. You have to exist in the right spot as a tank. You can't make big flank plays. You can do less of that. Tank is way more one-dimensional and boring. And you don't have to be a good player to realize that.
Is certainly much more formulaic, less complicated, and more straightforward. More often than not, you're just going to anchor the cart, interact with the characters that you counter, and you're more so holding the line as opposed to like pushing for space. There's no way of like cycling Ryan Zarya cooldowns to
Which was
manipulate
some of the most fun
line.
part of the
You can
role.
go at their tank or hold your ground, and that's sort of what tanking is in 5v5. But even with all of this sounding kind of bad, I still think that the arguments pro 5v5 are so much stronger that none of these downsides will be worth to change it back. All right, I'm gonna start going ham. I think it's ridiculous to think that 6v6 was easier or more balanceable, because it seems like nowadays we're just forgetting about so many Overwatch 1 specific problems which had to be fixed and rectified. The strongest one, of course, was that there was not enough tank players to put 2 tanks in every game. That might be the only argument we really need to make. We didn't have the player base to sustain that format. And because of that, queue times on the other roles, specifically DPS, a role that really got the short end of the stick for the majority of Overwatch 1 for quite a few reasons, had to have horrible queue times.
Let's talk about these queue times, okay? The game was abandoned for multiple years. Tanks and players who played tank, who loved the tanks that had the highest pick rates, the classic heroes, Reinhardt, Zarya, Diva, these characters were overshadowed by broken, do-it-all DLC heroes that were the fundamental flaws of Jeff Goodman and Jeff Kaplan's game design vision to make a complicated game at first and make it easier over time. They didn't understand how to make the game lower at the skill floor without adding characters that just did everything in the game. There was countless CC players that tank players complained about that never got addressed. Countless immortality abilities that just hard countered anything you would do as Reinhardt, as Zarya. And you didn't have the infinite sustain loop that the double shield tanks had. Which is why people gave up on the role, because the fan favorite characters weren't playable. Unless you were in plat. And I'll admit, less people were queuing tank, but I think a big reason for that was because of all these MO abilities and the supports that just countered what it was to do these heroes and play these characters. With all the CC in the game that Brigitte had while healing the whole team. Let's also talk about this. All 3 of the tanks that were added into Overwatch 1 did not play in the styles that caused the original player base to fall in love with tank heroes. Orisa was niche and generally considered to be boring, but they reworked her in this game, so that could have been put into the game, right? There was no new content for tank. Ball was also a niche character. Sigma, and even when Sigma came out and people didn't really like him aside for a small niche of players, it was still a pretty popular role until Double Shield meta came out and ruined it. The game was still paywalled. The game was canceled for Overwatch 2. People were waiting for all of these things. We never got to try any of this in the free-to-play model with this style of design of tank. If Junker Queen was in 6v6, if Ramatra was in 6v6, which is very, very easy to do, right? If heroes like that played more in line with the tank heroes that everybody fell in love with in the original game, it would be a very different argument. And let's not forget this. We want to say that nobody queued tank? Okay, that was true for support as well. Back in the Moth meta, the hardest thing to do was find someone who wanted to play support when the meta went away from Ana and Zen. You couldn't find people to play support, so it also was true for support in the past. And you know how they fixed that? They added Baptiste. They added Kiriko. They added Ilari, right? Heroes that actually are a fun and engaging playstyle. The tank designs that they came out with for 3 straight years were boring, and nobody liked them. That's not an issue with the role, that's an issue with the game design. That's not an issue with the format, that's an issue with the game design. And it's been proven to be true in Overwatch 2, because they've made these engaging, frankly, OP supports, and the queue times in GM top 500 are exponentially longer for support. So let's talk about this. By removing one of the tanks, you remove how most of these roles were picked, and you put more pressure on the casual player, right? That's caused less people to want to play tank. So while you lowered the requirement, you lowered the desire and the supply as well alongside the demand. So the ratio to how many people are filling games is not nearly as great as you are arguing, as many people are arguing. Because less people want to play the role in general, because it's lost what made it special. It's lost what's made it fun, even to your average player. And you force a one-dimensional, boring, rock, paper, scissors playstyle on the casual player base, the same people who did not have to deal with nearly as much the optimal pick and synergy. Sure, I'm sure people in low ranks flamed each other sometimes for not picking Rein Zarya. But they were picking Rein Zarya even when Rein Zarya wasn't the meta. It does.
Okay. Hold on. People in low ranks flame each other for not picking the hero that they like want you to pick or whatever the fuck, but they do not flame you for picking specific heroes. It is not consistent at all. It's not like, oh, this thing is meta, and so they're flaming you for not picking it. They're like telling you to like go Rein because we need a shield. Shit like that is like what they're telling you to do.
It doesn't matter down there. If that's what people were arguing, then they were wrong. Straight up, they were wrong, and there's nothing from a gameplay format thing that would make those players not be wrong. That's just something you literally can't deal with.
Oh,
and I'm not saying it's perfect in low ranks either.
Dude,
I'm saying in 5v5, those problems got forced on even the casual player more than in 6v6 because of how counterpicking works in this game. And that has made the role less appealing in general and has driven people away. And if heroes like Junker Queen and Ramatra had come out in 6v6, I can assure you, you'd have way more people playing the tank role. If the CC across the board had gotten reduced like it did in this game, you'd have way more people playing tank across the board. So the problem was how they designed the game. It was not the actual format. You can't fix bad design through format. And the queue times, again, like there's so many other factors that contributed to that could have solved that have been proven to work in this game by adding content and adding fun, engaging characters that do a lot, that aren't broken, right? Queen was broken. I guess Ram was pretty good too.
Well, I guess they kind of fixed support queue times by like adding Kiriko and shit. Like, I guess. I don't know if that was necessarily just true for like Overwatch 2 though. Like, is that what he's saying? That's true of like any time they ever added a hero. Yeah, it's like this retarded shit. Yeah, where he just like, you know. He just send damage to me. Oh wait, I'm gonna get down if I do that. No, I'm not doing that. Fine by me. Oh, do I even get XP?
they've been nerfed down to a pretty reasonable rate. And they absolutely could have existed in 6v6, and that would have been way more attractive to the role. Removing a tank is a band-aid fix that doesn't actually address the disease. It's like you break your arm and you go to the doctor, they give you a band-aid. That's wrong. It doesn't work. And if that really did work, why are Q times for tanks still just as low as they were in the previous game? It's because you drove away.
No, Sam, you can't act, no. Sam, you have to be smarter than that. That is such a stupid thing to say. They're just as low in the previous... Wait, hold on. Wait, what did he just say? I'm sorry.
Like just as many times make you more attractive to the role. Removing a tank is a band-aid fix that doesn't actually address the disease. It's like you break your arm and you go to the doctor, they give you a band-aid.
Wait, no, okay. He's saying the Q times for a tank are just as low as they were in the previous game. Yeah, he didn't... But the Q times for everybody is significantly lower than it was in Overwatch 1. That's like, that's just like so... This is like so fucking obvious to like anybody who plays the game at all. That I like maybe in top 500 there's like a massive discrepancy still, just like there was in Overwatch 1, where it's like you always have, you know, the supports and the DPS like already picked or whatever the fuck, and you're literally just waiting for 2 tank players to log on, sort of thing, and that's like always how it is. Maybe it's still the case for top 500 or whatever the fuck, but that is absolutely not the case anymore. There's definitely like a good amount, I would say a healthy amount of Q wait time for like all 3 roles. Like it's just healthy right now. I don't really think that people like this whole like rock paper scissors thing. I just think that this debate is like just high level players saying their shit. Like, I don't really think that the guy who's like logging into Q Reinhardt really gives a fuck if he's getting countered by like the Orisa or whatever. He's probably just like, damn, they fucking buffed that Orisa character. Fuck that bitch. Like, I'm really pissed that they buffed her. It's really annoying. She always fucking, you know, fucks up my shit. But like, he doesn't really care that he's losing. Like, he's just gonna continue to play, and his lose rate, or like his win rate is gonna be like, you know, a little bit lower this season. He's going to drop a little bit. And the next season when Reinhardt's like a little bit better, he's just going to, you know, go back to doing his fucking thing. Or like he's just going to, you know, do it no matter what. And he's just going to go back to, you know, whatever. Like if he'll like drop to bronze or some shit. And then he'll like go back to silver next season or go back to gold next season. Sort of thing. Like, I still think the average person really gives that much of a fuck about the counter picking thing. Even I kind of do, in a way. And I'm in, like, plat on support and stuff. Like, I literally just one-tricked Kiriko. I just try to, you know, play the game in, like, a more optimal way or whatever the fuck. I mean, I love her, but I mean, I think most people just play the game the way that, like, Mayonnaise plays it, where it's just like, I feel like playing this character right now, I'm just gonna pick it. And, like, even including in comp. And I mean, she's not even, like, a bad player or whatever. But, like, I could never tell you the logic behind, like, whatever the fuck she's picking, other than, like, I feel like playing it right now. I mean, I think she said, like, oh, like, I think Life Weaver's good on this map. Like, she's, like, said stuff like that before, but I think that's, people just, they want to play the character that they want to play, and they're just gonna, like, play it when they play it, or whatever the fuck. I really do think that that's the average person's experience. I don't think it's any deeper than that. And I don't think honestly, I don't think there's a reason for it to be deeper than that. Because if you like really care about winning and this is like the only thing on your mind, you're probably gonna be one of the higher rated players in the game, you know, anyway. If you're like constantly thinking and talking about the meta and that sort of thing. I like, as much as I enjoy Overwatch Theory and I enjoy these like content creators and all this sort of thing, I don't really give that much of a fuck about like, you know, winning in the actual game. Like, I will not play characters that I don't enjoy playing. I care more about playing the character I want to play than I do about winning. Like, if I feel like something is, like, cheesy or something like that, like something like Orisa, like, I just, like, can't play Orisa, dude. or like I just like can't play. There's just some of these characters that are just fucking boring, or like they just feel really clunky to me. Lucio is or it just feels like cheesy and fucking stupid to me, and I just like it's just like not interesting or engaging enough for me to like actually want to play the character. Like Lifeweaver feels extremely clunky to me. Please fix his healing. His healing is so clunky for no fucking reason. I don't understand how they made such a fluid. I don't understand how they made such a fluid and nice and just, oh, everything just feels so, oh, it feels so good when you're just like, you hold down you hold down your Ofudas and you shoot them, all 5 of them, and then you shoot 2 daggers, and then you hold down your Ofudas and you shoot 2 daggers, and you just do that over and over again, and you have to aim constantly. One of them is more of you're aiming for their head, and the other one is more of a tracking thing on your teammates, and it just feels so nice and fluid. And then they go from that to the next support character being this thing where it's just like you have to hit like your fucking what the fuck was the original design? It was like you have to click interact to change your weapon. Oh no, it was weapon swap. And the only other character in the game that even had weapon swap was fucking Mercy, like before Lifeweaver had it, because she's the only character that actually has 2 guns. And what's it called? Like they made it so you have to do weapon swap, which now they've changed it, so now it's just right click, left click, which is good. And they put his other ability on double space, like they did with Hanzo's leap. But yeah, dude, it's psychotic. I can't believe how the biggest thing is that, so first of all, there's that, and it still feels a little bit clunky switching between the two, even with the right click thing. It's a massive improvement to having to do the other thing. I just didn't even play it on release until I think I played it. I even bought the battle pass and like got him and everything, and I was just like, wow, this feels like shit. I'm like switching my keybinds just to like play the game, and you have to like, because I switched it, and the most comfortable thing that I could think of to do was like, I think I basically put weapon swap on right click, and then I put I think I like changed one of his other abilities to be on like the ball mouse or some shit. I don't even remember. It was just like psychotic controls that just felt so fucking like not intuitive to me. And I don't have like insane control differences. I think the only character where my controls are like insanely different from any other character is like Lucio, where I have jump on right click, and then I have his boop ability on like scroll mouse or something like that. But it feels fine. It doesn't feel shitty. What is this? Oh, this is just some book. Yeah, I don't think this book actually gets you anything. Oh, okay. Well. Yankee Longsword. Why did I get 30 XP for picking up a longsword? Oh, Blood of Lathander, yeah. Dude, Kiriko just feels so fluid. I don't think Ramacho is clunky. I agree. Like, Ramacho does feel fun to play. I haven't played him that much, but like I think his cooldown cycle is pretty nice, and it's nice to like have actual range poke. Like, in a way, I feel it is like kind of fucking cringe that there's not that many tanks you can actually like hit you from long range. Like there's 7 fucking tanks and like all of them are basically just like it's a brawler thing that people have talked about where it's like now like they were thinking about changing the name of tank to brawler because that's like the way that they play where it's like all tanks are just close range and it's like okay. I don't think I actually need to pass any checks, right? If I do, I just like lose. Yeah, I'm just here to get some XP and then get out. Yeah, this is mostly what I wanted, just get the waypoint. Okay. Why am I still like such low health? Follow the mountain pass? I think our time has passed for that. Underdark Beach, yeah. But yeah, Kiriko just feels so fluid. Ramattra feels decently fluid. Lifeweaver is like gotta be one of the clunkiest characters they've ever put in the game. Ilari feels a lot more fluid and stuff. For some reason I just don't really like the way her gun feels. I've never been that good with what's it called? Like the quick flick aim sort of characters. I've always been better at tracking characters. So like stuff like Soldier and like Zarya aiming is like way more comfortable for me versus I'm just like not good on Ashe and I'm not good on McCree and I'm not good on Widow. Like I need to take the extra like second to fucking like hit to actually like start to aim at the person and stuff. Which like I can play Ana, but I can play Ana because you don't have to actually click on heads. So it's just like it works, you know. Okay. Wait, did I give the boots? No, I haven't even given the boots yet. I'm assuming I give the boots to this guy, right? How did I heal? What even happened? Wait. Oh, I don't give the boots to him. I give the boots to the guy across the lake. Okay, gotcha. We're getting there. We're pretty close to level 6 now. Sail into the darkness. I don't think I want to fight these guys. They're all in the scene here? Dude, I can't even, like, observe... I can't see what level he is. I think this fight is so risky, dude. Should I do it for the content?
sergeant will be pissed about her boots. Come on, let's get you to shore. You're the one telling the sergeant what happened. The rest of you, keep patrolling. I'll be heading back with this one.
You continue forward in silence until the lights of...
Well, I'll be plowed sideways.
You shithead!
Spit it out!
Run up!
You're shitting me.
That's... Who's the whom, Grayman? Another slave for the dig. That... Your twat-soul chum owes us a load of coin. And I'm warning you. That twat-soul ain't settled up soon.
Oh, he's right here. So we wind up fighting him. Oh, he's like level 5.
Another step forward.
Okay. I think I want Gale for this fight. And I think I long rest before I do this.
Whoever built it, they let it rot for ages.
A faint voice echoes in your mind.
Uh-oh.
Did you hear me?
Near's voice.
We need to get that near guy Oh, come on. Oh,
Come on.
always at your side.
Nasty way to go. Suffocating slowly under a ton of rubble. So long as he sates his appetite elsewhere. I assure not yet it is life's most worthy pursuit in my impartial, if not humble opinion. An event that came to be Gale's folly, one might call it. Like an eruption the size of Waterdeep, fit my exact word. If worse comes to worse.
Amazing. Yeah, like these big AoE ones are what we want, I think. Cloud of Daggers is not really like... Is that really going to be like good choke points, I don't think, to use it with. I want to put on hold person. God damn it, dude. Why have I not gotten a single piece of heavy armor? Like, what the fuck? This feature, I've gotten 0 value out of this feature on Lizelle this entire playthrough so far. Because of this.
Particular way with words, Gale. Perhaps oration suits you more than battle.
They're not mutually exclusive. Weave is served best with a dash of elegance.
Okay. Let me talk to this guy.
Sun dweller in these parts. Take a look. Tell me what you see. And be thorough.
Yeah, -1 from wisdom is not good. But we get guidance. Holy shit. Okay. That's really good. Because we get like insane bonuses for the rest of these.
The statue too. Anything standing out?
Okay, we actually got it.
Boulders and stone bricks of various sizes clutter the corridor. Many split cleanly in two. Yet some walls remain fully intact. No quake brought these rocks down. They were smashed through in an instant. Something big charged through here. Something very big.
What do you think? Incredible. An entire history risen from dirt and debris. Picture it. An ancient city, hewn from the stone by disciples of Shah, later abandoned. Untold centuries later, a new tribe revives it. Fresh walls, fresh sculptures, until a great hell beast charges through, toppling the walls and crushing the people. That explains the infernal plate I found. Perhaps you might have use of it. But my work has only begun. There is more still to find. I must get to it.
Oh, I can trade?
Well, let's see what you've got.
Holy. Some of the stuff is nice.
That's all.
But it's just kind of whatever. Did I XP that?
In its heyday. Even now, much to teach us.
One day I'll catch a break. What's in here?
What's in here?
As you look at the skeleton.
Dark Justicia uniforms. These were Shah worshippers. The same as me.
Let's not. But a word of warning. Down here in the Underdark, few dangers ever truly die.
Have to keep pushing.
You, grab a cane and whip these Drugnin beat. That rubble needs clearing. And my patience is hanging on by an arse whiz. Damn right I'm getting. Now get to the caning, before I thrash you instead. Go on then.
Yeah, it's only 13. Dark Justiciar mask. Sure, I guess. Look, stop. Stop that. Silly, silly, silly. Oh, everybody's like radiating while their weapons are or whatever. Where's my potion of animal speaking?
No more. No more pain. No more work. All must die.
Why can't Gale give him the
Yes.
friends or whatever?
Made the pain.
Holy base. Yeah, it's these three guys. Oh. Oh, I didn't. Fuck, I didn't equip armor class. Good one. 32. Holy shit. Let's go, Gale. I'm probably kill that guy, right? Definitely kill that guy. And let's... He has melee. Let's threaten this guy. Yeah, it's a barbarian. It's fine. No. Alrighty. Well. Guess we're not getting her items. Finish him off.
I should speak up.
Oh.
The Rothe pauses, then growls in assent.
Oh, they're so nice. Oh.
A while before there's another chance to rest.
Dwergar can't hurt anymore. We'll wait until it's safe to leave. What to do? Let's have a look. Not much use for this lag. Nice speckles though.
Oh, wait.
No traps, please. Swift as my feet can carry me.
Okay, so we did that part.
You seem to know a good deal about our condition.
Everything, really. Not to put too fine.
If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure the adamantite slang thing has like 0 value. Which is very unfortunate considering it's like... Yeah, I don't know. That's what those guys were going after, is the adamantine. They weren't going after like the mithril shit.
Without a mechanic, you might need to get used to a slowly overheating tiefling at your flank. Never. I mean, listen, in case something... You leave your left flank wide open.
If I'm ever not around to cover it, you may find yourself on the wrong side of a goblin spear one of these days.
Look
Does
at
she
something.
just die eventually?
The only benefit to a mirror when you have my... It doesn't quite make up for the lack of a reflection, mind you. Preening in the looking glass. Petty vanity. I've never even seen this face. Not since it grew fangs and my eyes turned red. My face is just some dark shape in my past. Another thing I've lost. And what do you see? Exactly. Oh. Go on. This is meant to be flattery, not poetry. Just tell me I'm beautiful and we can call it a day. How dare you? I thought we had something. Still, I better get some...
I was like, bro, if there's not a fucking nice option that is like that rejects him, I'm gonna freak the fuck out. Shadowheart's my baby, okay?
You know, I've been catching myself smiling more lately. I think that's your fault. We aren't dear friends now, if that's... But I trust we can all sleep a little more soundly in camp now. You have an interesting definition of friendly, but yes. Very serious of you. But it's strange. I've been dwelling on what I told you before about wanting to become a Dark Justicia. But perhaps I should be content with my lot. I'm already blessed to have you at my side, after all. Fine. What's on your mind? Must I? Thinking about it won't help. We know what to do, so let's do it. Find a way to rid ourselves of these things. We could speak to Ethel, though I'm not keen to trust her. Quite splendidly, to give credit where it's due. You and I have shared some good times together, and it seems we have plenty in common.
All right.
Fate, dost thou require a new as thou...
So, that's what people mean when they talk about butterflies in their stomach. On one hand, they seem... I never expected ceramorphosis to be tempting. I think we should resist these powers.
All right.
Well... Perhaps you have a point.
I might as well do everybody, right?
Well, then, I think... I can't say I'm not curious. But once you've taken a Lithid by the talon, there's no telling how deep into the abyss it might drag you.
Oh.
I appreciate where you're coming from, but these parasites are quite literally Illithid weapons of war. And I'm not so certain they won't be turned against us.
Well met. I can't say I'm not curious, but once you take an
Wait,
elite
what?
battalion, there's no telling how
I can just roll it again?
it might drag you.
Damn, that's honestly kind of lame. Oh, Will disapproves. I see. Interesting. Okay, well. Yeah, let's do like more important characters first. Lizelle is the most important. 20? Dude, not good. Okay, let's go.
When the tadpole has stretched it won't hear my screams. It won't care. My faith in Vlaakith will guide me, and my own might will sustain me. I have no need of this depraved power.
Okay, it's 15. Come on. Dude. I have to roll twice to get it? Dude, come on. Okay. Okay, we got Lizelle.
The Githyanki, the tad. Very well. I will swallow my disgust in a It is over where I am concerned. It is through conflict that we strengthen. Yet I do not recommend Shadowheart. The next resolution may not end in her favor. If you must know, Vlaakith requires everything of her children. I can't count how many bruises I've inflicted. Can't measure how much blood I've drawn in the undying Queen's name. I know only blood red and death black. My mind is silver, and my body. I am what I must be. Say what I must be.
She's a steel
Despite
type?
every beast I face and every wound I bear.
Alright. We got her. Gale is already on our side. Gale thinks the Illithid powers are based.
What's on your mind?
Soldier. You really did it, huh? And yet, hope you don't expect me to follow your lead in this. Do they? I'm not sure either of us can say one way or the other. We don't know what the costs might be just yet.
Hell yeah.
Ugh! How do you do that? Always making sense when Fine. Now.
Okay, okay. Astarion?
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
Oh, does he just already... He also thinks they're based? Based. Okay. Whatever. Will can suck on my nuts.
Dost thou require as the...
Okay, let's go back to being a monk. It's like, do I really want the charisma, though? I forget what I chose. For the feature. No shot I did athlete, right? Did I do some, like, one of these? I kind of want to do that one, but athlete does seem very nice. I like athlete. I also just think athlete synergizes well with like I think athletes synergize as well with these bonus actions that I have. Damn, that's pretty fucking far. I could be smoking it, but I'm like 99% sure that part of being a monk is just... Oh, I was looking for this, right? Attacks with monk weapons and unarmed attacks scale with your dexterity instead of your strength if your dexterity is higher. Yep. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting class. I don't know. It's like pretty underwhelming if I'm being honest. Doing the monk thing. I'll be right back. Yeah, like it's kind of a cool class. I just am not very inspired by it overall. It's consistent, but I mean, I'll say I think I like it more than Barbarian at least. That's one thing to say about it. I'm just not like inspired by it in the way that I am with like I really like fighter. I really like cleric.
Small bag clenched between his teeth.
I like Wizard.
He gives in, and so
Oh, thanks for the bone, buddy. I like
I was wondering about your queen, Blackith. What
do I even like Sorcerer?
are terrifying. I suppose that's not how you would describe her.
I guess so. I love Druid. Dude, Druid is still like so, I just think it's so cool. It's just so fucking unique, dude. It's just so unique. I enjoyed playing Bard as well. Bard was really cool.
I assume the meaning of perfect was lost in translation.
Wait, excuse me?
object catches you.
The light's been snuffed out. Only ash at the bottom.
You see no burner or wick. It was not fuel that lit this lamp, but magic. To all appearances, the dust seems...
Indolence breeds madness.
Because I'm supposed to, I need his head. Is this short rest? It is short rest, yeah.
Time to press ahead.
What happened? I don't understand. Oh, it was like a poison cloud here. There's nobody here. I don't understand. This is a meme. This is also a meme. I don't know what it means by his research. Where am I supposed to get his research?
That's wrong. It doesn't work. And if that really did work, why are queue times for tanks still just as low as they were in the previous game? It's because you drove away just as many players as you saved by making the game requirements lower. Because a lot of people don't even bother playing the role anymore because their ability to play that role was removed from the game and it can never be balanced back.
This was so severe that the devs even considered the 1-3-2 experiment, where they tried one tank, who was a giga tank similar to the 5v5 tank we have today, but 3 DPS, because that was more reasonable to the distribution of players who wanted to play Overwatch. Then on top of that, even more importantly, I don't have to just make a utilitarian argument based on the players we have. I'd go one step further and say that the quality of the game experience for those DPS players is way better in 5v5. They're the majority of the player base, and in 6v6, because the gameplay was so much about tanks, most of the DPS players' experience was shooting tanks. Let's just forget the whole like double shield problem. Pretend that's not even a thing.
Tanks that were actually killable in the previous game that now are never killable because there's way more healing in this game to compensate for one tank. Every support has an immortality ability, and every average player out there, like, we don't have to treat these players like they're dumb. They've learned very quickly, you just can't kill tanks in this game. You can't. You had a better chance of killing a tank in the previous game than you do now. That's not a better experience. Just because the top-end players were constantly shooting barriers does not mean your average player was. They were playing against Ryan Zarya. And what did they always complain about? Reaper. Reaper just walking into my team and killing everybody. It wasn't a problem. These lower-level players did not experience that.
Most of DPS players game...
Not nearly to the degree that they experienced that in 5v5, and I have to be careful about these arguments. I'm not saying that they never experienced that in 6v6. I'm saying that those issues are actually more prevalent in this game.
Experience in 6v6 is just trying to get around the tanking, as opposed to 5v5, where I'll admit, when I play DPS, I can be a big crybaby if I don't like what my tank's doing, but I know at the end of the day, even if they're losing the battle on the front line, I always should be able to get value on the flank. In Overwatch 2, there's wide...
You can't get value on the flank when every character has a get out of jail free card or an immo ability. It's just as hard, if not harder.
Open flank lanes, so you can help your tank or you can flank.
Kiriko can just TP away. Ilari has a drone that auto heals her. Bap can just drone and kill you.
Doesn't matter if you're getting counterpicked, losing the game, whatever. And I think players are really undervaluing the quality of that experience. Getting steamrolled.
The cultists were trying to find an ancient temple, but the bridge has been destroyed. If we find another way in, we might discover what happened in the Dark Justiciars. Dark Justiciars. Death. Wait, I just realized, is this that place that you go in when you get to the Shadowlands? It might be. It might be. Man, I'm really bummed out that I don't get to do this fight. Where did all these people go? Yeah, and I just like don't even have an answer as to like where they went or anything. I also lose an entire parasite because if you take Nier's side and he survives, you basically just get like... Basically, you take his side, and then because you took his side, you get a reward as a parasite for being evil or whatever, and then you can just kill him and then take his parasite as well. And also get the... There's zero reason to, like, not kill Nier. And then it's just, Oh, God, that's really annoying. There's no reason to, like, leave Nier alive, and then there's... what's it called? Oh, no, yeah, you get, like, the boots and all this shit, so... The boots alone are, like, a really good reason to kill him, but then you also get a parasite, and you also get his head. Yeah, like, I don't know how important it is to be level 6 for the thing. The hell is the fight called? Yeah, let me get Gale out of here, because Gale isn't going to help us with anything here.
In Overwatch 2 can be really tough, but the counter-picking in the DPS category exists as well, whether it's on the hero choices or on your playstyle. So even if your tank's getting countered, you can at least shoot the enemy. You might still lose, you might get stomped.
But okay, yes, you could say the exact same thing for 6v6, and if one of your tanks was getting countered, it was still more forgiving for you, especially in the average ranks where these players didn't have to deal with the oppressive comps that the GM players did. But now, because these tanks are super tanks, when they become meta and they're the flavor of the month, it's even more prevalent for the average player to have to go up against that. It's even more snowbally. That's not better. That's not true, right? What actually is affecting the lower SR games sticks out like more of a sore thumb now than it did previously. And sometimes that will always exist, but it's not better.
You might get all of that,
That's
but
not
it's not
true.
the same experience as having the enemy have 2 tanks that you just can't interact with the entire game.
And if you could interact with tanks more and kill tanks more in the previous game than you could now. I'd rather have a chance at shooting two different tanks that actually have to execute some kind of crazy synergy to survive together than now to have it just be one super tank that a support can press one button on and make them invincible on top of their crazy abilities on their own that they have to be able to survive as a solo tank. You could interact more with those players. In the previous game, there was a higher requirement for them to do things right to actually survive and get value than now, where even the supports have been given the extra power too, so it's even harder to interact with the supports in this game. Because not only are they crazy duelists, Kiriko can TP away, she can 2-tap you, Ilari can 2-tap you, right? And have auto heal mechanics, boop you away and CC you as a DPS player, right? The tank, the solo tank, you're never gonna beat, especially if they're on an optimal pick and you're not. So the idea that it's easier to interact with the tanks in this game is not true. It's harder for your average player to interact with the tank in this game. They aren't gonna kill them. It was easier for them to pick Reaper in Overwatch 1 and just run it down and kill them. All the tanks had less health. All the tanks had less sustain cooldowns, right? Now every one of these tanks who ends up being meta has sustain cooldowns comparable to what the meta double shield was in Overwatch 1. They've all been buffed to this degree. It is not easier for your average player to interact with this. D.Va has a 4-second matrix now again, and more health. Zarya has 2 personal bubbles, and more health. Hog now gets a heal buff after healing. It is objectively false that it is easier for your average player to interact with tanks in this game. The high sustained broken synergies of tanks have been auto-applied at the skill floor to every tank in the game. While previously they had to execute, it is completely different, and that is not true. That is not true. That is not how it plays out in the actual game.
Losing Pedley in Overwatch 2 happens just like in 1, and in some ways people would argue it's harsher, but I don't agree. I think you at least have openings to get some eliminations, whereas in Overwatch 1, the RPG team comp builder aspect of it was so severe, there were situations on maps where you could not shoot the enemy, ever.
It is not easier to get like one-on-one eliminations in this game as a DPS player than it was in the other game. Outside of the broken 4 DLC characters of Baptiste, Brigitte, who also has been buffed a ton with increased shield bass range and a ton of other things, right? The support passive, right? And Orisa and Sigma. It was much easier to get kills in the previous game, especially in one-on-one or 2-on-2 situations, because there were less get-out-of-jail-free abilities, there was less healing, there was less actual cooldowns that were powerful on each of these characters, and it was harder to execute. That's just not true.
You start losing the frontline battle, the game's just over. You might as well sit and spawn as a squishy character. Actually unplayable. Just because you're getting steamrolled in Overwatch 2 and the rock, paper, scissors is severe, you still get to play. You still get to shoot at the enemy at some point. You can still get an angle, hit a headshot, make a combo.
You could do the exact same thing in Overwatch 1, and those shots that you hit. Took an off angle as Hanzo, I headshot as Zarya. She only had 1 bubble to get herself out. She was lower health and closer to death, right? That's just not true.
Land your ult, the gameplay experience is still playable. Overwatch 1 in many cases was unplayable, and the biggest way that
in Double Shield's case, only in Double Shield.
Okay, I think I'm done with this fucking video, dude. Oh god.
How do you...
We have any more? Oh, Destiny's live right now.
What? We've got 2 minutes? We're on a strong... about Mark's shit, so, but I don't know.
Ice cream is $4. But...
Oh, no, we're not talking... Well, we're talking hypothetically, but we're
like,
talking...
You found Dan, so you clearly position. This is how it works.
Okay.
The
I'm
only
not getting a
difference
clear
in that
answer on the
situation
red
is that you don't have the...
You're not going to get an answer, Ethan, because he has no fucking idea what he's talking about, and he doesn't even do this shit in his own practice.
Socialist country, whereas
education, teaching them about the benefits of our new system. But grow
This to Ethan. That's what Hassan wants.
As well would probably.
Bro, somebody link this to Ethan. That's what Hassan wants.
Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, why doesn't it? I don't understand why it doesn't work.
As well would probably be a lot better than like, you know, a prison structure where they have slavery like in the United States of America.
I'm still a little bit confused about the ideal mechanism of a socialist country, whereas where people still have individual freedoms to like form, to assemble,
but not
and it can also be
capitalists.
like, yeah, I'm a capitalist, so what? And we're trying to grow our movement. I don't understand the organization of the socialist free country, because it seems to me to have a socialist country, there needs to be some amount of dampening of, you know,
Freedoms. Yes, that is illiberal. Correct.
rights.
Well,
because like for what I
yes
said.
and no, because
Yes
my
and
point
no.
is always the same. It's that this is a constant. This is consistent. What you're describing is consistent with the American formation. It's consistent with capitalism. It's just a reality that will always exist. Violence and who gets to do violence is an inherent part of politics, because politics is, at the end of the day, a distribution of resources and a distribution of violence. Who gets to have what resources and who doesn't have the resources as a consequence of that. And if they do something to get those resources, what the state will be able to do. The state has a monopoly on violence across the board, no matter what happens, right? I'm not an anarchist. A lot of anarchists will get mad at me for saying this, but the state should have some level of a violent mechanism, because no matter what happens, and there's different forms of violence as well. The structural violence of poverty, or direct violence in the form of military, boots on the ground military warfare, imperialism, police violence, police brutality. These are all different forms of violence.
There will be some exertion of force required to maintain a socialist country.
Yes, not just a social country, any country.
Sure, any country.
Yes, I agree. Until we reach a point of
mass
I guess,
education where everybody is.
until we
Bing
reach a point of
chaling.
production,
Bing
and our
chaling.
productive output has gotten to a point where it's so streamlined and so organized that there is no need for a state. But I don't know if we will ever be able to get there, where the state withers away and we have a classless, borderless, moneyless society.
You probably, yeah. I mean, if it is, it's not in a long time.
Techno-communist.
It'd have to be like post World War III or something. Let me ask you, I guess, another angle here. Worker exploitation seems to be at the heart of socialism and
These
communism.
young socialists want
And
to
so I
overthrow
want to ask you this
capitalism in,
question:
in an
If an
authoritarian socialist state because the aesthetic is cool.
Cool.
employee is fairly compensated, and by fairly I mean that factors like work, compensation, you know, they're being paid well beyond the means of living. They can afford comfortable housing, food, pleasure, vacation, savings, all the things people would want to do with money. If they're provided in all those ways that we see as important, is that still exploitation?
In the Marxian sense, yes. In the capitalist sense, no. Capitalism is
And
the
so, well, Mark, when you say Marxism, you're talking about socialism.
Yes,
right?
yes, yes.
Okay.
So in the Marxist perspective, under Marxian economics, Marxist theory, exploitation is not a good or bad thing. It is just a thing that happens.
Okay.
And it goes back to something I've described many, many times over, which is that there are two classes. There is the labor class, the wage laborers, the proletariat, and the bourgeois class, the capital owning class, right? And these two classes have two inherently contradictory interests. You work jobs when you had a boss and someone was paying you, and you have been a boss, so you have gone through both of these stages. So as someone who worked in a job, as a wage laborer, as a W-2 employee, or 1099 contractor, you wanted to work the least amount of hours for the most amount of pay.
Wow.
That's understandable. That's like perfectly reasonable, right? Like you want more money and you want to work less hours. You want to have more freedom. Your boss, on the other hand, wants you to work the most amount of hours for the least amount of pay, like that they can get away with.
Yeah.
So this inherent contradiction is at the heart of capitalism and is how commodities are produced under a capitalist mode of production. Now, when you have this imbalance, those who do have capital end up always being able to pay you much less than your actual output.
So that is what's happening now.
Yeah.
My question is, in a situation, as I outlined, where the employees are fairly provided for, which I outlined before, is that when I say exploitation, I mean like I think that also has a vernacular, like when the ruling class is committing some kind of harm or injustice on their workers.
No, it's beyond that. You could be paying your employees fairly and still engage in the act of exploitation.
So then, because I don't want to get caught up on that, because you're saying exploitation is neutral by its
Yes, exploitation in the Marxian sense is not good or bad. It's just descriptive. A lot of what Marx has talked about with respect to capitalism is descriptive.
What does he mean then when he goes the exploitation of workers? Clearly,
what the fuck is the point of even saying something is exploitation if it's neutral? How the fuck is the word exploitation neutral? Like what? What do you mean? Like no, that's the entire like this is like saying the word. I don't give a fuck of what do you mean in the Marxian sense or whatever the fuck. Anytime that you say it's exploitation, you are appealing to emotion. That's literally just a fact. Like I don't fucking care if it's like Marx's definition or anybody's definition. It's just you're appealing to emotion whenever you're saying that like the workers are being exploited. This is so ridiculous.
He wants to end the exploitation of workers.
Yes, of course.
So is it still exploitation of workers if they're fairly provided for?
Yes, because the fairness in this regard is not met on the metrics of like living standards, but instead on the metrics of what their output is. So when and this gets into the labor theory of value, right? The labor theory of value, which is different than marginal utility, which is what we use currently when we ascribe when we say this is this much, like something is this valuable, right? Ice cream is $4. But if it's really hot out, maybe ice cream is $5 because, well, there's a little bit of scarcity on the supply, but the demand has gone up. So now ice cream is more expensive. Whereas from a Marxian perspective, the value of that ice cream is stable. It's just what kind of labor went into the production of it, what were the resources used to make that ice cream, what kind of kind of capital was put into the ice cream factory,
so even
all of that, and then also the moving part.
What if it's like really hot outside and the employees have to work harder that day? Wouldn't the cost increase?
That situation would be the labor of it.
If the employee is extremely satisfied, and they feel well provided for, I mean, in a sense, it's like, who are you to tell him he's being exploited?
Well, you're
again. I know you want to get caught up on that definition of that word, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's what I would say in that situation is this, right? Relying on the magnanimous nature of your boss and hoping that like your boss doesn't succumb to greed and choose to change certain things about your workplace conditions can be great. And there are people like yourself out there who are, as far as I understand, pretty good bosses, right? But that is never going to be that's never going to be the constant. That's never going to be the case.
But in social democracy.
Oh, I know where this is. Yeah, I remember.
See, you set up the bumpers, you set up the systems where they have to do that. Well, that's the bare minimum they have to do.
Well, and then we go back to the erosion of the amenities.
I don't feel like that's a strong enough argument to say socialism is better.
No, as long as there is some kind of capitalist compensation in any sort of sector, they will always choose to monopolize. This is what most companies, like this is what every company does. When they become a company, a corporation, their job is their goal is to inevitably become a monopoly. You can do that by rent seeking.
Well, so what? You know, so what? If they still have to follow the rules.
Well, no. When you are becoming a monopoly, you are either engaging in horizontal integration and expansion or vertical integration and expansion, mergers, acquisitions, and you know what Amazon has done, for example, in e-commerce is a great example of this. And when you get to that point, especially under a capitalist state that still has market reforms, you end up using the additional capital that you've accumulated in the form of profits from your workers to lobby the government and erode the safety nets.
Yeah, but you're talking like it's a guaranteed. And again, I go back.
It's been a guarantee every single time.
And it's been a guarantee by the same metric that any socialist country devolves into disaster. I mean, it's not fair to put that out there like it's just given. Because on the other flip coin, you can say, this, like I mentioned, socialism. There's going to be people moving towards capitalism.
So socialist nation states,
it's too hypothetical.
Socialist nation states, however, historically, most of them at least, have not eroded or been destroyed due to like people who are just like, I want to be capitalist. Usually those people are being goaded or supported, facilitated by a much more powerful nation.
Nobody could naturally desire free markets or liberalism. They always have to be externally motivated for it. Oh, okay.
That is using the inherent greed to their advantage to cause divisions, but the real material issues in socialist nation states, historical socialism, real socialism in the real world that has happened, has always been due to mishaps, famine, or the government exercising too much authoritarian control.
You can say the same
these
thing.
sorts of things are the real reasons as to why socialist nation states have failed, not necessarily their economic mode of production switching over to a more labor-focused.
Dude, I thought that Astarion got like yeeted off a cliff. Oh my god, my heart sank. Holy shit.
Economy. And then also, there are so many different types of socialist developments, like a socialist mode of production, that there is no like one absolute perfect one. And I'd be a liar if I told you I know which one it is. You know what I mean?
So go back to the original question. Let's just ignore this theory that in social democracy, and I'll say this, obviously we have antitrust laws that are not good, that are not been effective in the least bit.
Yeah,
but
I would
also
ask you
something
why.
you can regulate.
No, but I would ask you why.
Well, because our government is super corrupt.
Why is the government corrupt?
Because people are inherently flawed.
You think the government's corrupt because people are inherently flawed? Corruption in that sense, I disagree with you there.
Some people, not all people. That's another thing I said. People are inherently greedy and people lost their mind. Some people are. Actually, I want to talk about that at better length, but go ahead.
That's actually a great take as well. We can cover that as well.
Yeah.
I always butcher this quote, but I forget who it was. It might have been Mark Fisher, might have been someone else. But assuming that greed is inherent in human nature under a capitalist organization of the economy is like assuming the black lung is inherent in human nature if you work at the fucking coal mine.
See, that's not a good analogy.
Because, no, you're
In my
right.
opinion.
Greed is a part of it. Self-interest is a part of it. Not greed necessarily, but self-interest is a part of human existence. Why we have built societies, and how we've done it. However,
it's a biological survival
Exactly.
mechanism.
However,
if we didn't have self-interest, we wouldn't survive as a species.
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
You're absolutely correct. My argument always, and many Marxist arguments actually, have always been around individualism and self-interest, and how socialism, as a matter of fact, creates more opportunities for individual liberties for the person. It's only been sold and told to people as though it is, this gray, brutalist architecture, city blocks. You have to, do your government-mandated coal mining job or whatever the fuck. But the ultimate goal has always been to open up more individual liberties. I'll give you an example of socialization that you and I both agree with, right? Healthcare. Nationalized healthcare or socialized medicine in general gives you more liberties as a person that you can actually leave your job if you fucking
That would
hate
happen
it.
in a social democracy as well.
Yes. However, like I've said, there has to be the countermeasures in a social democracy the capitalist forces are significantly more powerful because ultimately the state is still operating as a capitalist state. That is still the norm.
So I think we're having like a kind of just like a disconnect, or not a disconnect, but maybe at an impasse on that idea. But what I'll say, I want to give you a specific example because this is interesting to me. Let's just take this workplace as an example because we're all familiar with it. So I started my career 10 plus years ago, and I was successful by myself with 0 employees.
Yes.
I made a lot of money. I did well for myself. And then, 5 years ago into my career, I made the podcast, which obviously you all are watching now. So let's say we go back to 5 years ago when I hired Dan as a freelance. You started as like a consultant.
Yeah, or a freelancer, yeah.
And obviously you moved to full-time, and I'll get to that.
Yeah.
So he started as like a freelance consultant. So what would be a fair way of compensating him for that?
Ooh, employment under socialism. Uh-oh, good luck.
In your situation, it's like, what is the most like socialist way of doing it? Is that what you're asking?
Well, yeah, because that's what we're talking about, right?
It would be profit sharing. What that means is
profit sharing is not really socialist, but that's not the worst answer you could give. That's not the worst answer you could give.
So this is interesting.
So
Hold on.
This is interesting. You're right.
Yeah.
This is actually the most difficult aspect, in my opinion, of like
the most difficult aspect of socialism is figuring out how to hire people.
Trying to create the most ethical way of existing under a capitalist organization of the economy.
It's not hard under capitalism to exist as a socialist, by the way. You can organize a company in whatever structure you see fit. Nobody's keeping you from doing otherwise.
You are also productive.
Would there be anything better? technically a more socialist way would be if somebody wants to work for your company, they need to buy into the company so that they're cooperative owners, so that as the company increases or decreases value, which is going to be relational to the labor that they put into it, you as an employee get to enjoy the benefits of that. That's the fruits of your labor, is the increase of the value of the company. And then because you have a part ownership in it, you get to increase your ownership stake as well, basically. Yeah. Isn't that profit sharing? No, profit sharing is when you're paid back. Profit sharing is not an equity stake in the company. That's just like a reimbursement for a good year, a cut of the revenue.
And you're
royalties versus equity.
You're doing like an owned and operated media company where you are the product.
So I hired Dan as a consultant.
Yeah.
Just to help us out to get things.
And I have hired
beautified.
people as well.
So then I'm profit sharing with him. How much profit am I sharing with him?
So the way I do it, and I think this will be. I mean, this is instructive for many others as well. The way I do it, like the most ethical way to do it, is basically
what Hassan does is instructive for others. Oh my God. Before, now on that Tanky show, he's like, bro, we're just like fucking YouTubers. We don't do shit. But now when Ethan is pressing him, well, hold on. I'm going to act in a way that's instructive to other social. Now he's got to be like a fucking role model. Okay. What do you want? Hold on.
Holy.
Hello? What's up?
Dude.
Hi?
I have two things to say about Hassan and what he's saying.
Okay, go for it.
I think one of the I think the reason he supports these like Marxist ideas is because he's a money-hungry, fame-hungry jackass, and he just doesn't like the idea of people making more money than him. And these sorts of Marxist viewpoints would just create a society where other people can't out-earn him.
Okay, that's definitely a take.
Yeah. Secondly, like the Marxist theory of value is fucking stupid. Like what Hassan keeps doing and what a lot of Marxists do is they ignore the fact that labor itself is a commodity. And I think you pointed it out before that if it's really hot out and employees are working harder, that would like basically increase the cost of their labor. You know,
sure, although big like labor theory of value guys are gonna have ways to account for this, but yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I'm sure you're part of the Ask Yourself community, right?
Not exactly. I don't really hang out in his Discord.
Oh, because I know they've got a couple of big LVT guys or LTV guys that will sit there and argue about Marxist shit. So, but I don't know. Okay. All right, I'm going back to listen to this.
Okay, take care.
To make an assessment. Sure, there's market considerations on the one hand, like what the normal wage would look like, but that is like the minimum. You know what I mean? That is like the minimum. That is the worst possible amount to pay someone in the form of wages, in my opinion.
Okay.
So you have the market considerations on the one side, which I don't necessarily care too much about. On the other side, you have your productive output, right? Let's say you were making $10 before Dan came on, and now that Dan came on, you're making...
That wouldn't be measurable metric.
No, I know.
Wow, the DJ, thanks for gifting 5 tier 1 cents.
Oh, I know. I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
I know. Which is why I'm saying it's a tricky situation.
It seems almost impossible.
Yeah. Well,
ask yourself molding. Wait, over what? 1 month ago. Why do you even have this as ready to link?
I'm listening.
Shut up! Fuck, dude. Are you fucking retarded or something? Do you hear me speaking? Stop talking! Avi, sorry. I gave you mod permission, okay? If this, look, just for the record, I know that you don't want to be an ass and overmute him, but it's no fun for anybody to listen to the conversation if every time the smart person talks, they get interrupted by some fucking retarded shit, okay? If he's cutting you off, please just, like, don't hesitate to mute him and speak over him so we can actually hear what you're saying.
So what I would appreciate here is when I ask a question, like, it is the case or it is not the case that there's more to your view specifically that you've come to defend. Start off with the yes or no, like, yes, there is more, and here's what the more is, or no, there's not more. Like, you can start with the yes or no, and then go into, like, the explanation. So, from what I've written down, is there more to your view as it pertains to what you've come here to defend? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Now.
Okay.
Well, technically, the other side is also very cruel, but we just like have
that's
normalized.
not true, because in social democracy, people are fairly compensated. It's not cruel, in my opinion.
No, there's I don't think. I think
Well,
we
people
think
could be
of social
more or
democracies, we
more
think of social
fairly,
democracies-
less fairly compensated, but like generally speaking, they'd be more fairly compensated than what you would see today.
Yes, in comparison to the United States of America, which technically would be a mixed market or social democracy, social democracies in other countries, there is better compensation.
So here's the unintended consequence of that.
Due to regulation, government regulation.
If I'm just hiring Dan to come in and help me with cameras and stuff, and I have to cut him in on profit share, people are not going to hire as many people. They're going to think a lot more before they bring more people on.
Well, can I just chime in real quick? Just to clarify this point, are you still talking about the period of time where I was working as a contractor?
Yes. I haven't gotten to the full time yet. Well, we're going to move to that.
Right. I will just say that at the time, I was essentially operating as my own business as well, because you weren't my only client at the time.
Right. Okay.
I did that professionally for a lot of people, and you were one of many people that I would come and do shows with until you offered me a full-time thing. So just because we're using the specific example, I just wanted to clarify that, because I think that matters and what the dynamic was when we were initially working together.
I don't think that matters in such that I'm more focused just on the profit sharing.
The reason why I was bringing
and
up
the implications on to a business and business owner of that.
Okay, but the reason why I was bringing up the revenue is because let's say you were making you're making $10. Dan comes on, now you're making $15.
Yeah.
Right. Dan has brought in $5 extra of revenue for you, and I think that the best possible way to engage with that would be to cut Dan in on like offer Dan living wages plus whatever Dan has brought in the form of revenue.
Here's a big problem.
And that moves into direction like you make, and then later down the line you make.
Imagine ever trying to track this shit ever. Imagine you bring in Dan, and what Dan does is he helps your people schedule appointments more efficiently. So Dan comes in, you were making $1 million a year, now you're making 1.2 million a year. But it's not just because Dan's like scheduling people, those other people are also doing more work. How the fuck do you ever track this type of value add? How would you ever do it? Like with more, imagine doing this with 3 employees, let alone like 100.
Like $100,000, and now Dan is moving with it as well.
Here's where this seems more like it's a nice theory, but like in application it makes no sense. Who decides how much value he's brought? How could you possibly decide that? If my show is growing, Dan joins, and let's say I now am making $15, but the show was organically growing. How can I attribute all 5 of that to Dan?
You're absolutely correct on this as well. This is a big weakness.
50-50 with him?
This is something that I do not have an answer for either, which is why, like I said, you make do with you try to do your very best.
Can I be? This seems like a big problem to say you don't have a solution for. If you're
for hiring employees, you don't know how to do hiring. That seems to be a pretty, and this is the whole central part of your theory is better employment. That's a pretty big issue. Like
for a socialist society.
I agree, which is why I always.
It doesn't seem like it's ready.
Well, can I just chime in on this?
It's not ready.
This isn't theoretical. There are lots of companies that do profit sharing.
I do this.
Not like this, homie. What major company does profit sharing like this? Companies might give you stock options or even like allow compensation in the form of stock. That's the closest you're gonna. Some companies might do bonuses. Some companies might pay on commission, but like profit sharing like this, no.
I know, but it's not like.
But like
let's say this.
And they have various methods of how they do it.
The way
there are ways to do it that make sense.
I do this
but the way that
Ethan.
socialism does it in the purest sense is like Dan joined 10 to 15. Dan gets half of the 15.
So
that's his
Ethan, this is if we're talking pure
Hold on,
theory.
what's that?
If we're talking pure theory, I would rather have an imperfect structure that still absolutely
it's not
offers
imperfect,
better.
It doesn't work.
Well,
if you don't know how people get paid, how does it even work?
The capitalist structure also is imperfect in the exact same
Well,
way.
it's functioning at least.
Yes, I know, but the idea that like the other structure would not function is not correct. Especially when we're telling you that even under a capitalist organization economy, there's plenty of different ways of doing this.
There needs to
one of the most successful ones that I also have is a cooperative, right? I have a cooperative, collectively organized podcast, for example, where we just split it 5 ways regardless. Obviously, my output in that situation, given that I am the host with the largest audience, would significantly outweigh my producers, for example, who could be paid with a very fair, very fat market wage, right? Market wage plus market wage times 3 is what I could pay him, and it would still be significantly less than what he gets paid now because we're cutting him in 5 ways. We're splitting everything 5 ways.
Yeah.
And that is a perfectly viable way to do it because
I think that's very generous, but I don't think you should be forced to do that.
I think
you should be forced to pay him what we've determined as a minimum wage where he can live where he lives in a comfortable state.
Yeah, I
don't think that it prevents people from being generous.
It goes beyond wages as well. There's also another aspect of this that many people fail to consider, which is decision making. So there's also the structure of decision making, the structure of autonomy. When we are setting up the time for when we are going to shoot the podcast, like everyone has to be on board with it. It has to work around every single person's schedule. These are all scheduling conflicts exist usually, but it's like in good faith, every single person is like giving their most, giving their all, and it ultimately I think creates a pretty solid product.
Let me ask you. So do you acknowledge that in this socialist theoretical country where I go from 10 to 15 and I give Dan 15, hypothetically for any worker joining, that I, as a business owner, I would be less likely to be hiring people?
Certainly.
And that's not good, is it?
No, I don't agree with that. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing at all.
Because like, I don't know, because like I've gone through a lot of people that did not work out.
Mm-hmm.
And they were hired on like let's say
you still fire them.
Exploratory. So is it at will employment in this situation?
In this structure, you can still, of course, like you can still have issues with an employee and fire them. It's ironic because like Japan, for example, is like the most capitalist country on the planet, and yet in Japan they have this like very unique culture where getting into a place of business is very difficult. But once you actually have made it into the corporation, they don't fire you. They can't fire you. They never fire you. What they do is they ostracize you and make you into a social pariah within the company and try to get you to quit.
Is it because they're trying to avoid paying some kind of severance, or is it just
no? It's like it's both cultural and if I'm not mistaken, it could literally have legal implications as well. But it works, right?
Okay,
it technically works.
But I'm saying, why is it? Why is it not a good? So as a business owner, I think the fact that I was not super hesitant to hire lots of people, find the crew that worked. I worked with a lot of people who were not compatible. So I was able to burn through enough people to find a team that worked, right? And so if I was so hesitant to hire people because I have to profit share with them, I would do like a way more strenuous interview process. It would take way longer.
Yeah, you're making an argument for why it's stronger. Like you
I don't
lucked out
think
with
so
Dan.
at all.
You lucked out with Dan.
I don't think that's a good argument because first of all, it's good that people can go try a bunch of jobs before they find one that works. And as an employer, it's good to be able to try a bunch of people to find the right fit for employees. If I had to go through this strenuous process to find each one of them, this podcast may very well likely not exist as it does today. It might not exist at all.
I disagree with you on that for sure. I think that that it's better to have a strenuous process of ensuring that you have the best possible person.
For like the most entry level job.
Yeah, I think that it's.
But then
doesn't
that result in people not getting work?
So, yes, it will. So but then we're talking about like an entirely separate way of organizing the economy.
Let me go back. Why is it better? Why is it better that I have to go through like extraneous full-on HR processes?
We're talking about hypotheticals in this situation.
Yeah.
So it can I can just hypothesize that you found Dan. Not even hypothesize.
Well, no, we're not talking. Well, we're talking hypothetically, but we're talking.
You found Dan, so you clearly.
But we went through a lot of people before we found Dan.
Yeah. Well, you could have arrived at Dan as well, is what I'm saying.
It would have taken a lot longer, and the business might not have survived.
Okay. So
there was a point where the podcast almost got wrapped up.
Yeah.
So why is it better in theory to have that extraneous of a hiring process than being able to kind of just people try things out?
This is only one aspect of it, but what you're talking about, like the extraneous hiring process, also would exist under a social democracy as well. It should exist in some form under a social democracy as well, like some level of protection from being fired.
But so in social democracy, you're not rev sharing. So there's like this big thing that you're like, I'm a business owner. I've created this business from my own sweat and blood and tears over the last 10 years, and I'm making a lot of money. I got to hire this guy who I don't know anything about, and I got to cut him in on my profits. That doesn't exist in social democracy. So the risk to me as the business owner is way less.
It's much smaller to a much smaller degree because it's supposed to exist through unions. And once again, it's not just revenue sharing. Everyone always focuses on that aspect of it, but rev sharing comes in the form of benefits. Rev sharing comes in the form of like how much we invest in.
It'd be nice if we could talk to someone who knows the system a little more thoroughly, hence Vosh.
R&D, for example, or what kind of R&D initiatives we invest in. All of these decisions are made by a board.
Well, that's all regulated.
Fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders that is not regulated under social democracy. This is the major point of contention. What do you mean by rev share then? Because you see, in our example, like in Germany, they have a trade union representative that sits on the board of executives, but that's only one aspect of a larger board that is still representing the interests of the shareholders, those who own the company, who never have seen the company. They can, even globally own it, right? So having one vote in that situation is not as good, in my opinion, as having all of the vote, all of the power, making these decisions as a collective, something that kind of is not legally enforced here, right, in your structure, but you abide by because you're a nice guy.
Many people whose videos he reacts to without crediting them.
Nice.
people are not going to be like that. And I'm saying that we shouldn't rely on the magnanimous
we don't have
nature
to.
of law.
We're going back to this point because we don't have to with the right.
Well,
rules
even
and
an
rights.
example,
But let me
like,
ask you,
when I
we
mentioned
got
that
off
Germany
point.
still yields terrible, like still is susceptible
Germany's
to
not social
infrastructure
democracy.
did
capital.
what you said one by one. He killed everyone who didn't agree with him. Took over every industry and bankrupted them. They burned every book that went against the brainwashing, and militarized everyone to fight the neoliberalists.
Gotcha.
Let me ask you this.
Yes, it is.
Germany arguably is.
Yes,
not
every,
as much as
Okay, I don't know a
America
lot about
is.
Germany,
Even
so I'm not gonna. I don't want to get
America
into
is a
that.
social democracy as well. The problem is, like, American social democracy is a laughable example of
So let's
social
not use it
democracy.
then. But going back, why is it better? Because I don't think I ever got an answer. To have a strenuous hiring process.
Why is it better to have a strenuous? When you engage in commodity production with another person, I think it's perfectly valid to ensure that this person is not going to be like a scumbag and cheat you, fuck you over. I think it's good business practice, even in a capitalist sense, to ensure that the person that you're hiring is not like some fucking random dickhead.
That's just common sense.
And the more you
but you
grow,
do acknowledge the so you do acknowledge the hesitancy to hire people.
I do.
But
I'm
you
not necessarily saying it's a bad
I don't know what.
thing.
Okay, we'll move
I
on.
don't think it's a
This is,
bad
I guess a bit of an impasse again.
Because and as companies grow, you have different people in different units that also are, engaging in hiring. Like, it's just that workers now have more of a say in which direction the company should go, and that's a good thing.
This
It's not a
dude worked
bad
for me
thing.
for like a week. And on my business, I spent 5 years building. I don't want to give him a decision on where the company goes.
Yeah.
I think that.
Why should he have that right?
Well,
You know what I
no,
mean?
I'm not saying the janitor comes in and unilaterally makes decisions.
Not
but
unilaterally, but why should he have any say at all? He's not risking any of it, right?
It's not how that works.
But I'm curious how it does work.
So it's communication. The other person is a human being as well. If you have a major disagreement, then you look for someone else to work in that position. This is how it works.
Okay.
The
I'm
only
not getting
difference in
a clear
that
answer on the
situation is
rev
that you don't
share
have the
You're not going to get an answer, Ethan, because he has no fucking idea what he's talking about, and he doesn't even do this shit in his own practice. He doesn't even run his own businesses like this, like how he wants to legally mandate every other person run their business, even though there's nothing stopping him from doing this if he wanted to. He could absolutely run his business like this. He chooses not to because he knows it's a dog shit, untenable way of running shit.
have the fear of like subsistence living at the other end of that bargain, whereas like you have better amenities, better protections, and
So by
therefore you're
rev
more
share, you just
comfortable.
mean good living conditions? Because
the idea is
that's what I'm
that
already saying. That I don't think that makes socialism unique because we can provide good living conditions and
we
benefits.
can, but we haven't. Now that, by the way, one aspect
again,
of social democracy that we've talked about is the domestic one. We have yet to even uncover the other, much worse side of social democracies, which is resource extraction in the third world and imperialism. And that is a necessity.
Yeah, but homie, you haven't even addressed the basic employment shit. Why do you want to move on to foreign policy? Like,
under global capitalism, and that is the reason why we have the haves and the have-nots. On the domestic level, you believe that there's a regulatory agency that can make things more just.
I don't feel prepared to have
ensure
a conversation about the third world stuff because I'm not super familiar with it.
perfectly fine.
But like I can.
But,
I mean, I
but
can
you
give my
understand that
opinion
like
about
that's a part of
course.
how
I mean,
everything
listen,
works.
so exploiting in the truest sense of the word is definitely what's been happening.
Even
too.
on a capitalist understanding, that's like hyper
I
exploitation.
mean, clearly, I think that all humans on this earth deserve rights and comfort and a right. To, you know what I mean?
It is funny
Quality
though.
of
Like
life.
one thing I will mention in the domestic, going back to the labor force thing, is that like we're so susceptible and so programmed under capitalist dogma that we refuse to see a world outside of it, and we're so captured in that worldview that oftentimes the number one counter against a socialist governance or democracy in the workplace or anything like that is always like, what do you want, the fucking janitor just came in yesterday to make these decisions? Like, no one said he's the CEO
I
now.
just want to understand how it works because you keep saying rev share.
That's your
rev share is only
take.
one
So if
component
the
of
janitor
rev share.
no,
Can be
let me tell you
democratically
this.
assigned.
If the say what?
Okay, here's an example. When I first started the podcast, I was originally undercast. It was fucking terrible. We quit. We started our own podcast, me and Will. We need a producer because we don't have that skill set. We need someone to change the cameras and maybe do a little bit of, someone to post the videos, do the captions, titling, thumbnailing, right? So in that situation, we looked for someone, we found someone, and we were splitting it 3 ways. We were splitting the revenue 3 ways, anything that we made, right? And even before that, I was also giving March money as well to make sure that he like at least had a fucking, had a revenue opportunity even when we weren't generating a lot of revenue, right? So what did I do after that? The podcast grew. Beer and now has 5 cast members. We brought in Austin Show, my good friend, and Cutie Cinderella. And when that happened, us 3, we got together and we had a conversation.
Okay.
Do we need more hosts? Do we think that this will be beneficial? Right? Do we think that...
Oh my god, I'm actually like, how the fuck do you, like, I mean, he's not being good faith, but like, how do you actually fucking say this? This is like so fucking retarded to say. Yeah, of course, for a small podcast where like all of you guys are like the talent, you're gonna have, because there's a creative vision around what you're doing, of course you're gonna have a conversation with the people who are like talent and shit like that. Bro, at McDonald's, The guy that's flipping your burgers doesn't give a fuck about the future of the company. He doesn't give a fuck about any of this shit. Why the fuck is he having a say in any of it? It's just like such a retarded thing to even talk about. It's so ridiculous. Oh, are you serious? Wait, did I just step into fire? Oh. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
We will end up making, you know, more revenue, generating more revenue in the long run.
Right.
Will we have people with unique creative ideas? Like, I care more about the creative output than anything else than revenue. I haven't even touched the fucking revenue that I've generated from the podcast. And we got together and we had a conversation. And I think that that is a significantly more equitable and just and better way of doing business than me hiring March, me giving Will some money originally, like a fat salary, or maybe cutting in on the rev share for him, and then giving...
This works with this type of company because you've got 3 people that are all doing the exact same job, that are all public-facing and doing the same type of thing. Now talk about a supermarket. Talk about a manager in a supermarket having to make decisions about what he wants to order with somebody that just works at a cash register.
Yeah,
or somebody that just works at delivering product in the back. Or somebody that just works at maintaining the HVAC. Like, that's the issue that you run into. Yes, with 3 employees with the same type of job, they're all doing the same thing with the same public-facing thing, that all have about the same ownership. Obviously, this conversation is easy. This is the easiest form of understanding how to solve this type of problem. But do it where you got employees that are all filled into highly specialized, highly differentiated roles that all have very different stakes in the company, right?
March like a super...
Also, all the people involved in this fucking podcast are already fucking rich. None of these people are negotiating for their
Exactly.
food every night, right?
Yeah.
It's also a way different thing too.
High fucking wage, right? Way higher than like the average producer, and then making these decisions single-handedly.
Let me add another aspect to your example. Let's say you need to hire a cleaner to come to the office.
Yes, cleaner. There you
She works for
go.
the podcast.
Correct.
She comes, she cleans the office. She works full time. How do you pay her?
Yeah.
The cleaner side of this is not like, I mean, I don't have an office like that, but the janitorial services,
theoretically.
in a theoretical situation where we have someone that needs to do it, yeah, we would also get together as a unit. Okay, the existing company would get together and decide what level, just like hiring the 2 other hosts, we decide what level of revenue cuts we are going to take from our 5% to give
But you're making
to
her a
the
job
other
offer.
person.
It's not really that different than a salary.
And once they get that job, and there are many different ways of doing this, but once they get that job, and let's say they worked for 2 years, 3 years, then they have a say in the revenue sharing structure and the power sharing structure as well. Because it doesn't have to happen like instantaneously. A lot of people forget that.
Well, my problem is that in the socialist economy, this is being regulated by the government. People can get together now and decide to do whatever the fuck they want in their
Yes! That's why liberalism, that's why capitalism, that's why this form of economic and socio-political organization exists almost all over the world, is because it's so flexible. It's so flexible. That's one of the great things about liberalism. Liberalism can have fucking Sharia law Muslims living together with communists that want to grow food on a plantation, living together with hyper-capitalists that want to try to monopolize with vertical and horizontal mergers that can exist with that's one of the nice things about our current system, is so many different types of people can exist. If you want to do this, if you want to make a company like this, go make it. Nobody's stopping you. But in your world, if you have a communist or a socialist organization of government, if I want to be a capitalist, you're going to fucking murder me. You put me against the wall and fucking kill me. Like, that's the difference.
Company. That's great. You know, but in the socialistic economy, there's rules. It says you need to pay her X amount of rev share.
What you're saying is not true.
Okay.
You want to know why?
Yes.
Why?
Because you want a social democracy, which kind of exists, and market regulation exists under capitalist formations, And plenty of capital owners hate that. As a matter of fact, I would say universally capital owners hate any kind of market regulation, which is why they choose to erode it as best as they possibly can.
That doesn't even make sense. That's not even true. Hassan, that is in contradiction with both reality and your earlier stated position. Regulatory capture and the idea of enforcement of things of the government is actually one of the things that large companies can enjoy at a great level. There's a reason why Amazon willingly set their wages to $15 an hour without the government having to push it. You can argue that there are rents, that there are forms of regulatory capture where big companies actually love these types of regulations because these types of regulations can force out smaller competitors. This doesn't even, but you know this, Hassan, because I'm pretty sure you were just arguing earlier that a lot of this regulatory capture is something capitalist organizations push for, that firms and businesses try to enact in the government. So he's like in direct contradiction with shit that even he stated earlier in this conversation.
I would say universally capital owners hate any kind of market regulation, which is why they choose to erode it as best as they possibly can, or they use it to their advantage to create an artificial barrier of entry into certain sectors.
Oh, fuck, he just, okay, that's good. He got the second part. All right. Vosh rant, early rant. Cut the stream there, August. Don't let him show them more.
I'm saying in a socialist economy.
Also, there's also an argument to be made that there has been international research done. Firms do prefer to operate out of countries where the cost of labor is higher and there's stricter enforcement of like labor laws and stuff, as opposed to other countries where you might have cheaper labor, but the country is less stable due to strife, revolutions, expropriation of shit, government going crazy, blah, 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 blah. So firms do appreciate some form of, I'll say regulation. It's not really that they prefer the regulation. What they really prefer is the stability that regulation tends to bring. That is true.
There's gonna
Let's go. Threat assessment, cool.
Let's cook with fire, baby.
No choice but to keep going.
What? This just did a lot of damage. What are you talking about?
Can't stay idle.
Time to strike. My turn.
Well, if I...
Jimmy on the go. Won't last much longer like this.
What now?
Oh, I use my. Okay. Yeah. Critical mass thing.
Nothing important is ever easy.
Fuck yes.
Dude.
Survival is all that matters. Nothing will stand in my way.
Fury, I am death. My faith will protect me.
Nice.
Another fight. Let's go.
That's. How do I not have enough resources? Does that have to be like your main action or something?
Smooth
Holy shit. Nice kill. God damn. What even is that? Okay, miss. Nice. Okay.
You've made a grave mistake.
Dude.
Well, well. Look what we have here.
Okay.
Time to strike.
Wait, why don't I have the movement?
Taking position.
No, don't! Dude, what the fuck? Oh, yes. Why do I have to?
Very well.
I guess.
I am fury. I am death.
Wait, what the fuck? What? What just happened? Come on. Use your bonus action or whatever the fuck you're gonna do, bro. Wait, that's it? He's still superheated.
Time to strike.
Hello? Dude, what the fuck? What is this hitbox?
Survival is all that matters.
Get up, Shadow Art.
What should I do?
What should you do? You should get the fuck out of here and drink a potion.
Is ever easy. What path lies before me? Victory awaits.
I think he's actually still targeting Lozelle. He should still be targeting Lozelle.
Still on my feet. Let's go. Blood comes easy these days. Victory awaits.
Fuck, he's not superheated. Oh, that's really bad. Okay.
Now this is my happy place.
Okay.
What now?
Holy shit, wait, what the fuck? Okay, so Shadowheart's gonna pick up Lizelle. And do this. Lizelle is just gonna get some greater heal on the turn. We're so close. We're so close. Lizelle, I need you to hit your shots. Come on. Lizelle, come on, baby. Come on, baby. Ugh, dude. I should have bought that fucking necklace. The missile necklace or whatever that you have the guaranteed. The magic missile necklace. Oh, man.
Can't give up. Not now.
Miss, okay.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Okay, threat assessment.
Victory awaits.
We don't need the lava to be active this turn, so we're not going to. Oh, actually, we don't care about that. We want to be like here. I mean, Carlac just needs to like not die. Hello? I thought it just said it took 25 damage. What the fuck happened?
Time to strike. No time to waste.
Well, so much for peace.
Simply use disengage.
Have to keep going.
Go to Lizelle. Click lever. Dude, that one part was so fucking scary. Oh my god, dude. That was wild.
Don't waste a step.
Lizelle? Oh, this is medium armor. Lizelle, congrats on the new helmet. Carlac? Congrats on the new armor. Should I create a second medium armor for Shadowheart? That seems kind of dope, right? I can just get another heavy armor somewhere else for Lizelle. Yeah, I think that's what I should do, to be honest. So I have 3 party members. 3 party members who can't get crit. The luminous armor is like pretty cool or whatever, but yeah, I don't know. You're not gonna get much better than this. You just do this.
Damn, it's good to be alive.
What's next, I wonder?
Nuggets will be done.
There we go. Look at that.
Come on, let's go.
Okay. Definitely want a long rest after that. Holy shit, dude.
See what this does.
I got stuff if you got coin. Get moving.
Get moving.
I got stuff if you got coin. I got stuff. If you got coin. Get moved.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. Very well. Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking. Very.
I greet you, child of the sun. How has your search for the mushrooms? The moment it's controlled, so I left his company. And thus, perhaps the peoples of the you may find them in nature.
Years of terror. For what?
Will be clear. You come across a noble stock mushroom about. You give it here. God's no. Will be clear. You come across a noble stock mushroom about. You give it here. Gods know I've earned it.
All right. Okay. I am gonna save and get off. I've been playing like all fucking day. Oh man. How much time do I have on this save? 18:55, damn.